Hello, my friends. You're standing at a crossroads that no longer exists, breathing air thick with the memory of 1,000 forgotten merchants, listening for the echo of camel bells that will never ring again. The year is 1340, and you're about to witness the slow, agonizing death of the greatest trade network humanity has ever known. Before we walk this vanishing road together, if you're the kind of person who finds beauty in ruins and meaning in endings, hit that subscribe button. I pour everything into these long-form journeys through history's quietest catastrophes, and your support keeps these stories alive. Drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is in your corner of the world. I love knowing that someone in Sao Paulo is drifting off to this, while someone in Seoul is just waking up to it. Now, find your comfortable spot, maybe dim the lights, let the world outside fade away. We're about to spend hours together walking a road that once connected 3 continents, and we're going to watch it die, one abandoned caravanserai at a time. You wake up in Samarkand on a morning that feels like any other morning in this city of impossible blue domes and endless commerce. The year is 1338, and you're a merchant's assistant, which means you're nobody important, just another pair of hands to load camels and count coins and sleep on hard ground between here and wherever the next profitable destination might be. But being nobody important has its advantages. You see things that matter, things that the great merchants miss because they're too busy negotiating in palaces and sending letters to distant partners. Your master, a Persian trader named Rashid who deals primarily in silk and spices, has been unusually quiet these past few months. He stares at his account books longer than he used to, and sometimes you catch him looking west toward the routes that lead to the Black Sea ports with an expression you can't quite name. It's not fear exactly, and not quite worry. It's more like the look of someone watching clouds gather on a horizon, and knowing that the storm is coming but not knowing when it will arrive, or how bad it will be. The Silk Road isn't actually a single road, of course. You've learned this through years of traveling it in fragments. Never the whole distance, because nobody travels the whole distance anymore. Not since the Mongols unified it under one empire, and then that empire started its slow fracturing into competing khanates. The Silk Road is more like a network, a web of routes that branch and reconnect, that split around deserts and mountains, that follow water and avoid bandits and change with the seasons and the politics and the whims of local rulers who control key passes or oases. From Chang'an in China, which you've never seen and probably never will, the routes run west through the Gansu corridor, past Dunhuang where the Buddhist caves hold treasures you could only imagine, out into the Darim Basin, where cities like Kashgar and Khotan have grown fat on transit trade. Then the routes climb into the mountains, the terrible, beautiful mountains that guard Central Asia like a wall of stone and ice, through passes so high that your head throbs and your breath comes short, and the cold bites through every layer of clothing you can pile on. You've crossed those passes 3 times now, and each time you've seen the bones of animals that didn't make it the scattered remnants of caravans that mistimed the weather or met with bandits or simply had the bad luck to lose their way in a whiteout. The mountains don't care who you are, or what you're carrying, or how important your mission might seem. The mountains just are, vast and indifferent, and they kill casually, without malice, without even noticing. Beyond the mountains, you drop down into the great trading cities of Central Asia. Samarkand, where you are now, with its markets that never seem to sleep, its languages that blend Persian and Turkic and Arabic and Chinese into a commercial pidgin that everyone speaks and nobody claims as their own. Bokhara to the west, famous for its carpets and its scholars. Merv, which was once the greatest city in the world before the Mongols destroyed it and rebuilt it as something smaller, something haunted by the memory of what it had been. The route split again here. Some caravans head southwest toward Persia and Baghdad, though Baghdad isn't what it used to be either, not since the Mongols sacked it in 1258 and killed the last Abbasid caliph and ended a dynasty that had ruled for 5 centuries. Other caravans head west toward the Black Sea ports, toward Kaffa and Tana, where Genoese and Venetian merchants wait with ships to carry goods onto Europe. Still others head northwest toward the cities of the Golden Horde, toward Sarai on the Volga, where the Khans hold court and Chinese silks are traded for Russian furs and Baltic amber. Your master Rashid has made his fortune, such as it is, by being reliable rather than brilliant. He doesn't take the huge risks that can bring massive profits or total ruin. He doesn't speculate on goods that might be worthless by the time they reach market. He buys what he knows will sell. He travels routes he's traveled before. He maintains relationships with partners he's worked with for years. It's not glamorous, but it's steady, and in the uncertain world of long-distance trade, steady is worth more than people might think. This morning, he calls you to his counting house, a small room off the courtyard of the caravanserai where you've been staying for the past week, waiting for the right combination of weather and companions to make the next leg of the journey west. The room smells of ink and paper, and the particular mustiness of old account books. Rashid is sitting cross-legged on a cushion, his fingers stained with ink, his face lit by the narrow window that looks out onto the courtyard. "We're changing the route," he says without preamble. "Instead of going through Urgench to the Black Sea, we're heading south to Persia." You wait for an explanation, because Rashid always has an explanation, always walks you through his reasoning like he's teaching you the trade, even though you both know you'll probably never be a master merchant yourself. "The reports from the western route are troubling," he continues, choosing his words carefully. "There's sickness in the camps of the Golden Horde. Started last spring, maybe earlier. The usual things at first. Fevers and dysentery that kill a few people but don't spread much. But this is different. Whole settlements are being affected. The Mongol administrators are starting to restrict movement, and when Mongols restrict movement, trade dies. You've heard whispers of this, fragments of gossip in the markets and caravanserais. But merchants are always worried about something. Bad weather, bandits, wars, taxes, rival traders, angry wives back home. Sickness is just another item on the endless list of things that can go wrong. How bad is it? You ask, because that's the question that matters. A little sickness is manageable. A lot of sickness is a catastrophe. Rashid spreads his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Nobody knows. The reports are confused, contradictory. Some say it's nothing serious, just the usual diseases that crop up in military camps. Others say it's killing people in days, that it spreads like fire in dry grass. The truth is probably somewhere in between, but I don't want to risk the northern routes right now. This is how information travels on the Silk Road, you're learning. Slowly, unreliably, filtered through multiple retellings until it's almost impossible to separate fact from rumor, from outright invention. A merchant in Kaffa tells another merchant that he heard from a Mongol official that there's sickness among the nomad camps. That merchant tells someone in Tana, who tells someone in Astrakhan, who tells someone in Sarai, who tells someone heading east who eventually reaches Samarkand weeks or months after the original report. By the time the information gets to you, it's been transformed, exaggerated, or minimized depending on who's doing the telling and what their interests might be. You spend the next few days preparing for the southern route, which you've never traveled before. Rashid hires different guides, men who know the roads through Khorasan and into Persia, who can navigate the political complexities of the Ilkhanate, which is what the Mongols call their Persian territories. The goods are reorganized, rebalanced on the pack animals, checked and rechecked because a shifting load can lame a camel, and a lame camel in the wrong place can mean disaster. The Silk Road that you're traveling, that you're about to abandon in favor of a different branch of the network, has existed in various forms for more than 1,000 years. The Han Chinese were trading with the Romans, sending silk west and receiving glass and gold in return, long before Muhammad was born, long before anyone had heard of Mongols or Europeans or the complex web of empires and kingdoms and city-states that would eventually grow up along the routes. But the road you know, the road of your lifetime, is a Mongol creation. When Genghis Khan and his successors conquered everything from the Pacific to the Mediterranean, they did something unprecedented. They unified the trade routes under a single administrative system. They built roads and bridges, established way stations, created a postal system that could carry messages from one end of the empire to the other in weeks rather than months. They enforced security, made it possible for merchants to travel without being robbed at every border, without having to negotiate separate deals with dozens of different local rulers. The Pax Mongolica, scholars will later call it, the Mongol Peace, and it was real even if it was built on conquest and maintained by terror. For about a century, from roughly 1250 to 1350, you could travel from Beijing to Baghdad with reasonable confidence that you wouldn't be killed or robbed, that the roads would be maintained, that there would be places to rest and resupply, that the currencies and commercial practices would be standardized enough to make trade practical. This unification created prosperity on a scale that surprised everyone. Cities grew fat on transit trade. Goods that had once been rare luxuries became almost common. Technologies and ideas flowed along with the merchants, moving east and west in both directions. Chinese porcelain reached European tables. Persian miniature painting influenced Chinese art. Mathematical concepts from India spread through the Islamic world and eventually to Europe. The Silk Road wasn't just moving goods, it was moving knowledge, culture, religion, everything that humans create and trade and share. You benefited from this system your entire working life. The fact that you can travel from Samarkand to Persia with relative confidence, that you can expect to find caravanserais and guides in markets, that the commercial infrastructure exists to make trade possible, all of this is the fruit of Mongol unification. But empires don't last forever, and the Pax Mongolica is already fraying at the edges. The Mongol Empire, that vast unified territory that stretched across the known world, has broken into competing khanates. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, the Golden Horde in Russia, and the Western Steppes. They're all technically part of the same family, all descended from Genghis Khan. But family doesn't mean much when competing interests and ambitions pull in different directions. The trade routes still function, but they're becoming more complicated, more expensive, more risky. Each khanate wants to maximize its own revenue, which means more customs posts, more taxes, more bureaucratic hassles. The security that made long-distance trade practical is eroding as local rulers assert their independence and bandits exploit the gaps in enforcement. The postal system is deteriorating because nobody wants to pay for maintaining roads and way stations that primarily benefit merchants from other khanates. And now there's this sickness, this rumored plague in the Western territories that might be nothing or might be the beginning of something catastrophic. Rashid is hedging his bets, choosing a route that he thinks will be safer, but the uncertainty itself is a tax on commerce, a hidden cost that makes every decision more fraught. You leave Samarkand on a cool morning in late autumn, joining a larger caravan that's heading south. There's safety in numbers, always has been, and no merchant travels alone if they can help it. Your group includes 30 camels, a dozen horses, 20-odd merchants and their assistants, and a handful of guards, who look competent enough to discourage casual bandits, but probably wouldn't be much use against a determined attack. The road south takes you through landscapes that shift from irrigated farmland to increasingly arid steppes to outright desert. The cities become sparser, the distances between water sources longer, the nights colder, and the days hotter. This is the reality of Silk Road travel that the romantic accounts always leave out. Most of it is just walking, endless walking, watching the backsides of camels, breathing dust, enduring heat and cold and thirst, and the particular exhaustion that comes from covering 20 or 30 miles a day on foot with inadequate food and sleep. The caravanserais you stop at are varying quality. Some are well-maintained structures with secure walls and adequate water and merchants selling supplies. Others are barely more than ruins, abandoned or neglected, offering minimal shelter and forcing you to rely on your own provisions. The best ones have communities built around them, villages that exist primarily to service the caravan trade, where you can buy fresh food and get animals reshod and hear the latest news from travelers coming from the opposite direction. It's at one of these better caravanserais, about 10 days south of Samarkand, that you hear more detailed reports about the sickness in the west. A merchant who's been trading along the northern routes, who came south for the same reasons Rashid did, shares what he's learned over cups of tea in the common room where travelers gather in the evenings. "It's not just the Golden Horde anymore," he says, his voice low even though there's no reason for secrecy. "The disease has reached the Black Sea ports. Kaffa definitely, probably Tana as well. The Genoese are trying to contain it, quarantining the sick, but it doesn't seem to be working." "What kind of sickness?" someone asks. "Plague? Smallpox?" "They're calling it plague," the merchant says, "but not like any plague I've heard of. It kills fast, within days sometimes. People develop swellings, buboes they call them, in the neck and groin. High fevers, black spots on the skin. The mortality rate seems to be very high, maybe half of those who catch it, maybe more." This gets everyone's attention. A disease that kills half its victims is devastating, but it's not unprecedented. Plagues and epidemics sweep through populations periodically, kill thousands or tens of thousands, and then burn themselves out. The Black Death of 542 to 543 killed millions across the Mediterranean world and into Persia. Various outbreaks since then have caused localized catastrophes. This might be another one of those, terrible for the people affected, but ultimately just another entry in the long catalog of human suffering. "The strange thing," the merchant continues, "is how it's spreading. Usually these diseases stay localized, burn through a population and then fade. This one seems to be moving along the trade routes, jumping from city to city, following the caravans. You feel a chill despite the warmth of the room. If the disease is following the trade routes, if it's moving with the merchants and the caravans, then nowhere along the Silk Road is really safe. The southern route Rashid chose might avoid the immediate outbreak, but if the disease continues to spread, it's only a matter of time before it reaches everywhere that's connected to the network." Rashid, sitting beside you, says nothing. His face is unreadable in the lamplight, but you can see the calculation happening behind his eyes. He's probably doing the same arithmetic you are, trying to figure out the odds, the timelines, the best course of action. Do you continue south to Persia? Do you turn around and head back to Samarkand? Do you try to wait it out somewhere safe, assuming such a place exists? The conversation continues around you, merchants sharing rumors and speculation, each person trying to piece together a coherent picture from fragmentary information. Someone says the disease came from China originally, brought west by Mongol armies. Someone else says it came from the steppe nomads, from their camps and their unsanitary conditions. A third person insists it's divine punishment, God's judgment on a sinful world, which gets some nods and some skeptical looks depending on the religious convictions of the listeners. Nobody really knows. That's the truth that slowly becomes clear as the evening wears on. Nobody knows where the disease came from, how it spreads, why some people survive and others don't, how long it will last, or how far it will reach. The uncertainty is almost worse than the fear. You can prepare for a known danger, take precautions, make plans. But how do you prepare for something you don't understand? You sleep poorly that night, your dreams full of empty roads and silent cities, of caravans that set out and never arrive, of markets closed and caravanserais abandoned. When you wake in the pre-dawn darkness, your first thought is of all the people who depend on this trade network for their livelihoods. The merchants, obviously, but also the caravanserai owners, the guides and guards, the animal handlers, the craftsmen who make goods for export, the farmers who grow food for travelers, the whole intricate web of economic relationships that has grown up around the Silk Road over centuries. If the routes close, if trade stops because of this disease, what happens to all of those people? What happens to cities like Samarkand that exist primarily to service the trade? What happens to the economic integration that has made Central Asia prosperous? What happens to the knowledge and ideas and technologies that flow along with the goods? Rashid makes his decision over breakfast. You're continuing south to Persia, but once you've completed this trading mission, you're returning to Samarkand and staying there until the situation clarifies. No more long-distance travel, no more exposure to uncertain routes and unknown dangers. It's a conservative choice, the kind of decision that won't make him rich, but probably won't ruin him either. The other merchants in your caravan make various decisions. A few are turning back immediately, abandoning their trading missions in favor of safety. Others are continuing but changing their plans, avoiding the northern routes, sticking to areas that seem less affected. Still others are shrugging off the concerns, insisting that merchants have always faced diseases and dangers, that you can't let fear stop you from doing business. You watch these different responses with interest, seeing in them the full range of human reactions to uncertain danger. Some people are risk-averse, some are risk-tolerant, some are simply in denial. There's no obviously right answer, no clear path that guarantees safety or success. Everyone is making their best guess and hoping it works out. The caravan continues south, smaller now, some travelers having split off. The landscape becomes harsher, more austere, long stretches of nothing interrupted by occasional oases that support small communities. You pass ruins of older settlements, abandoned for reasons nobody remembers, slowly being reclaimed by the desert. They're a reminder that nothing lasts forever, that civilizations rise and fall, that trade routes open and close, that what seems permanent and prosperous can become dust and memory. At night, sitting around the campfire, you listen to the merchants tell stories. Some are funny, tales of clever negotiations and stupid customers and the absurdities of the trade. Others are cautionary, warnings about dishonest partners and dangerous routes and deals that went wrong. A few are almost mythical, stories about legendary merchants who made impossible fortunes or survived incredible dangers. Stories that probably aren't true, but that everyone enjoys anyway. These stories, you realize, are how the merchant community processes its experiences, how knowledge and culture get transmitted along with goods and coins. The Silk Road isn't just a commercial network, it's a social network, a community of people bound together by shared experiences and shared interests, who see each other in caravanserais and markets across thousands of miles, who trust each other more than they trust the sedentary populations they trade with. And if the routes close, if the disease makes trade impossible, this community will fracture. The bonds that hold it together, already strained by the breaking apart of the Mongol Empire, will snap. The knowledge and experience that older merchants pass to younger ones will be lost. The whole elaborate culture of long-distance trade will wither. You reach Persia without incident, complete the trading mission successfully, and begin the return journey to Samarkand. The trip back seems to take longer, maybe because you're anxious to get home, or maybe because the routes are even emptier than they were on the outbound journey. You pass caravanserais that have been abandoned, villages that seem to have fewer people than they should, markets that are quieter than normal. The disease is spreading, clearly, even if you haven't seen it directly. The changes in the landscape, the disruption of normal patterns, the absence of the usual bustle and activity, all point to something fundamentally wrong. The Silk Road is dying, you think, and nobody seems to know how to save it. When you finally reach Samarkand, the city seems subdued. The markets are still operating, life is still happening, but there's a tension in the air, a sense of waiting for something bad to arrive. Rashid pays you your wages and tells you to come back in 3 months if things have settled down. If they haven't, well, he'll figure something out. Maybe find other work, maybe just live off his savings until the crisis passes. You walk through the city that evening, looking at the blue-domed mosques and the bustling bazaars and the caravanserais full of merchants from a dozen different lands, and you wonder how much longer this will last. How much longer before the disease reaches here? How much longer before the trade routes close completely? How much longer before this whole intricate, beautiful, profitable system collapses? The sun sets over Samarkand, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, and somewhere in the distance, you hear the call to prayer echoing across the rooftops. Life continues, for now. The city breathes and moves and does the things cities do. But you can feel the ending approaching, can sense that you're living through a transition from one era to another, from a time of connection and prosperity to something darker and more isolated. You don't know it yet, but the Silk Road as you've known it has less than a decade left. The disease spreading through the Western territories will reach everywhere eventually, will kill millions, will disrupt trade so thoroughly that the routes will never fully recover. The Pax Mongolica is ending. The Mongol Empire is fracturing beyond repair, and the age of overland trade connecting east and west is drawing to a close. But tonight, you just go home to your small room, eat a simple meal, and sleep the sleep of someone who has survived another journey and earned another wage. Tomorrow will bring what it brings. The future will unfold as it will. And somewhere along the empty roads you've just traveled, the disease is moving, patient and inexorable, following the paths that merchants have traced across the world, bringing not silk or spices or precious goods, but death. You're in Kaffa when the siege begins, and you understand immediately that everything is about to change. The year is 1346, and the city perches on the Crimean Peninsula like a jewel in a very dangerous setting. It's a Genoese trading colony, one of several that dot the Black Sea coast, and it exists primarily to funnel goods from the Silk Road onto ships bound for Italy and the rest of Europe. You've been here for 3 months, longer than you intended, waiting for a shipment of Chinese silk that keeps getting delayed. Kaffa is a peculiar place, a little piece of Italy transplanted onto the edge of the steppe, where Genoese merchants in expensive clothing negotiate with Mongol officials and Russian traders and Armenian middlemen in a babel of languages that somehow manages to function as commerce. The city is wealthy, ostentatiously so, with stone buildings and churches and warehouses full of goods waiting to be shipped west. It's also crowded, packed with merchants and sailors and workers and refugees from the various conflicts that perpetually rage in the surrounding territories. The Golden Horde, the Mongol Khanate that controls the steppes north and east of the Black Sea, has had an increasingly complicated relationship with Kaffa. The city pays tribute to the Khans, acknowledges their overlordship, but also maintains a significant degree of independence. It's a delicate balance, profitable for both sides, but vulnerable to the kind of political instability that has been escalating in recent years. The current Khan, Yanni Beg, has grievances against the Genoese. Something about a conflict in Tana, another trading port, where Genoese merchants allegedly killed some Mongols in a dispute. The details are murky, filtered through multiple retellings, but the upshot is that Yanni Beg has decided to besiege Kaffa, to teach the Genoese a lesson about respecting Mongol authority. You watch from the city walls as the Mongol army arrives, thousands of horsemen and siege engines, setting up camp around the city's perimeter. The Genoese administrators order the gates closed, the defenses prepared, the population rationed. Kaffa has strong walls and adequate supplies, and everyone assumes the siege will be relatively short. Mongols are formidable in open battle, but they're not known for patience with sieges. They'll demand tribute, the Genoese will negotiate, some face-saving compromise will be reached, and life will return to normal. But this siege is different, and you start to realize it within the first few weeks. The Mongol camp is suffering from disease, the same disease you've been hearing about for years, the plague that has been moving along the trade routes, killing indiscriminately. You can see the signs even from the city walls. The funeral pyres burning day and night, the disorganization in the camp, the fact that the siege is being prosecuted with less vigor than you'd expect from a Mongol force. The Genoese administrators are pleased at first, interpreting the disease as evidence of divine favor, God weakening the enemy to protect Christian Kaffa. But their pleasure turns to horror when Yanni Beg, in what will become one of history's most consequential acts of biological warfare, orders his men to load dead bodies onto catapults and hurl them over the city walls. You're nowhere near the impact zone when the first bodies come flying over, but you hear about it immediately. Everyone hears about it. The whole city is talking about the grotesque spectacle of corpses arcing through the air, and smashing into buildings, or landing in streets, or splashing into the harbor. The Genoese organize work parties to collect and burn the bodies, trying to maintain sanitary conditions, but the damage is already done. Within days, the disease appears inside the city. The first cases are among the workers who handle the corpses, which seems logical, but then it spreads to people who had no contact with the catapulted bodies. It moves through the crowded city like fire through dry grass, jumping from household to household, from district to district, killing with terrifying speed. You've heard descriptions of the plague by now, but witnessing it firsthand is different from hearing second-hand accounts. The victims develop high fevers and terrible headaches. Swellings appear in the neck, armpits, and groin, buboes that can grow to the size of apples, that ooze blood and pus. Black spots appear on the skin, hence Black Death, though nobody's calling it that yet. Some victims die within a day of showing symptoms. Others linger for a week or more, delirious with fever, begging for water, for relief, for death. The mortality rate is staggering. You estimate that at least half of those who catch the disease are dying, maybe more. The hospitals are overwhelmed. The churches are full of people praying for deliverance. The graveyards are expanding as fast as workers can dig new plots. And when the graveyards fill up, mass graves are opened on the outskirts of the city. The social fabric starts to tear almost immediately. People abandon their sick family members, flee their infected neighborhoods, refuse to help neighbors or friends. The normal bonds of community and kinship, which are supposed to hold society together, dissolve in the face of the terrifying contagion. Everyone is looking out for themselves, trying to survive, willing to sacrifice anyone else if it might increase their own odds. You hole up in your rented room, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, wearing cloth wrapped around your face because someone said it might help, though you have no idea if that's true. You're young and healthy, and so far you've avoided infection, but every time you go outside, you wonder if this will be the day your luck runs out. The Mongol siege continues, but half-heartedly. Yanni Beg himself has reportedly fallen ill, and his army is disintegrating as warriors flee the disease. By early 1347, the Mongols give up and withdraw, lifting the siege not because they were defeated militarily, but because the plague has defeated everyone equally. But the damage to Kaffa is done. The city has been devastated, its population reduced by perhaps a third, its commercial infrastructure disrupted, its sense of security shattered. And more importantly, from the perspective of world history, the disease has now established a foothold in the Black Sea trading network, positioned to spread west along the very routes that have made Kaffa prosperous. You make the decision to leave, to get on a ship heading to Italy while ships are still sailing. Staying in Kaffa seems suicidal. The city is infected, the surrounding territories are infected, the whole region is becoming a death trap. Your best chance is to flee west, to get ahead of the plague, to reach somewhere that hasn't been affected yet. This is the calculation that thousands of other people are making simultaneously. Merchants, sailors, refugees, everyone who can afford passage is trying to get out. The Genoese ships in the harbor are loading passengers and cargo, preparing to sail for Constantinople, for Italian ports, for anywhere away from the Black Sea and its plague-ridden cities. You book passage on a ship called the Santa Maria, which is sailing to Messina in Sicily with stops in Constantinople and several Greek ports. The fare is exorbitant, triple what you'd normally pay, but the captain knows he has desperate customers willing to pay anything. You hand over most of your remaining money, gather your few possessions, and board the ship on a gray morning in early 1347. The ship is crowded, packed with refugees and merchants and cargo, people sleeping on every available surface. The smell is terrible, the close quarters oppressive, but it's better than staying in Kaffa. You find a spot near the stern where you can at least see the sky, and you watch as the city recedes into the distance, its walls and churches and warehouses shrinking until they're just smudges on the horizon. The voyage is long and uncomfortable. The Santa Maria is a sailing ship, dependent on wind and weather, and the Black Sea in winter is unpredictable. You make slow progress, stopping at various ports to take on water and supplies, each stop a gamble because you don't know which ports are infected and which are still clean. At Constantinople, you notice that the city seems subdued. The usual bustle of the great metropolis, which you visited once before years ago, is diminished. The markets are quieter, the streets less crowded. You hear rumors that the plague has reached here too, brought by ships from the Black Sea ports, and that it's beginning to spread through the population. The Santa Maria doesn't stay long in Constantinople, just long enough to unload some cargo and take on new passengers who are also fleeing the disease. Among the new passengers is a Venetian merchant named Marco, who has been trading in the East for most of his adult life. He's older than you, maybe 50, with a weathered face and eyes that have seen too much. Marco tells you that the disease has spread all along the Black Sea coast, hitting every major port. Tana is devastated. Trebizond is suffering. Even the interior cities, places connected to the trade routes, but not on the coast, are starting to report cases. The plague is following the paths of commerce, moving with the merchants and the goods, spreading along the networks that have made the region prosperous. This is the end, Marco says, staring out at the water. Not just of trade, but of everything we've built. The whole system that connects East and West, that brings silk from China and spices from India and porcelain from God knows where. It's all coming apart. You want to argue with him, to insist that it's not that bad, that trade will recover once the plague burns itself out. But you've seen Kaffa, seen how thoroughly the disease can devastate a commercial center, and you suspect he might be right. The ship continues west, island hopping through the Aegean, stopping at ports that seem less and less willing to accept visitors from the east. By the time you reach Sicily, several passengers have fallen ill, developing the familiar symptoms of fever and swellings. The captain tries to keep them isolated, but in the crowded conditions of the ship, isolation is almost meaningless. You reach Messina in October 1347, and the port authorities initially refuse to let the ship dock. They've heard about the plague, heard that it's coming from the east, and they don't want infected ships bringing it to Sicily. But after days of negotiation and probably some bribery, the Santa Maria is allowed to enter the harbor and unload its cargo and passengers. You disembark onto Italian soil, relieved to be off the ship, grateful to have survived the voyage. But the relief is short-lived. Within days of your arrival, the plague appears in Messina. The disease that you thought you'd escape by fleeing Kaffa has followed you west, has traveled on the same ship, has used the same trade routes that you used. Messina descends into chaos even faster than Kaffa did. The city is unprepared, has no experience with this particular disease, doesn't know how to respond. The medical authorities try everything they can think of. Bloodletting, purging, special diets, herbal remedies, prayers and processions, and appeals to saints. Nothing works. The death toll mounts. You watch from your rented room as the city transforms. Shops close. Markets empty. Churches are packed with desperate worshippers begging for divine intervention. The streets fill with the smell of death and burning bodies. The normal rhythms of urban life, which you've taken for granted your entire life, break down completely. And this, you realize with growing horror, is just the beginning. Messina is connected to the rest of Italy through trade and travel. The disease will spread from here to other cities, other ports, moving along the roads and sea routes that crisscross the Mediterranean. And those cities are connected to still others, creating a network that spans all of Europe. The Silk Road brought you here, brought the plague here, and now the European trade networks will distribute it further. The same systems that have created prosperity and connection, that have integrated Europe into a larger world economy, will become vectors of death. You think about all the merchants you've known, all the traders and middlemen and agents who make their living from the movement of goods across long distances. What will happen to them when the routes close? What will happen to the cities that depend on trade? What will happen to the whole intricate web of commercial relationships that has taken centuries to build? You're sitting in a Damascus caravanserai in the spring of 1348, and the silence is wrong. This time of year, the courtyard should be filled with the sounds of commerce, the braying of camels, the shouting of merchants haggling over prices, the clang of metalworkers repairing harnesses and fittings, the multilingual chatter of traders from a dozen different lands. Instead, there are maybe 20 people scattered across a space designed for 200, and they speak in hushed voices, as if afraid to disturb the ghosts that seem to have taken up residence in the empty stalls. You've been a caravan trader for 15 years now, following your father into the profession, learning the routes that connect Damascus to Baghdad, to Cairo, to the Arabian ports that link the overland trade to the sea routes of the Indian Ocean. You know every oasis between here and Basra, every tribal chief who controls a crucial stretch of road, every market town where you can buy supplies or sell goods at decent prices. But the network you've spent your life learning is collapsing. The plague that started in the east, that swept through the Mongol territories and the Black Sea ports, has reached the Middle East. It arrived in Alexandria last autumn, brought by ships from Constantinople, and from there it spread along every trade route, moving with the speed of commerce, killing with the efficiency of a practiced executioner. Damascus itself has been devastated. You've heard estimates that a third of the population has died, maybe more. The Jewish quarter was hit particularly hard, though no harder than the Muslim or Christian districts, despite the rumors that always circulate during catastrophes about one group or another being responsible. Death doesn't discriminate based on religion. You've seen that clearly enough. The merchant sitting across from you is an Armenian named Vardan, a man you've done business with for years. He deals primarily in textiles, buying raw materials in one market and selling finished goods in another, making his profit from the differential and his knowledge of what's in demand where. Today he looks older than his 45 years, his face drawn with exhaustion and grief. "My brother died last week," he says, not looking at you. "His wife and 3 of their children too. Only the youngest survived, and she's living with relatives now in a house that's already too crowded." You murmur condolences, but they sound hollow even to your own ears. Everyone has lost family. Everyone has stories of death and suffering. The individual tragedies, horrific as they are, have started to blur together into a collective catastrophe too large to fully comprehend. I'm thinking of leaving, Vardan continues. Maybe going to Armenia to my wife's family. They live in a mountain village, isolated, far from the main roads. Maybe the plague won't reach there. It's a common fantasy, the idea that you can outrun the disease by fleeing to remote areas. You've heard variations of it from dozens of merchants. This dream of finding some untouched corner of the world where life continues normally. But you've also heard the reports from those remote areas, and the plague finds them too. Maybe it takes longer, maybe the death toll is slightly lower, but eventually the disease reaches everywhere that humans live and trade and travel. What about your business? You ask, because Vardan has spent 20 years building his trading network, developing relationships with suppliers and customers, accumulating the knowledge and reputation that make a merchant successful. He shrugs, a gesture of defeat that tells you more than words could. What business? Look around. How many caravans have arrived in the past month? How many have departed? The routes are dying. Even if I wanted to continue, there's nobody to trade with. He's not wrong. The great caravanserais that dot the routes between Damascus and Baghdad, structures that have stood for centuries serving the needs of travelers, are being abandoned. The ones you visited recently are in terrible condition, roofs collapsing from lack of maintenance, wells fouled, supplies exhausted. The communities that grew up around them, villages that existed primarily to service the caravan trade, are disappearing as their economic reason for being evaporates. The mathematics of caravan trading depend on volume and frequency. A caravanserai can only survive if enough traders pass through to make maintaining it worthwhile. A guide only knows a route if he travels it regularly enough to stay current on conditions. A merchant only develops expertise in particular goods if there's consistent demand for them. The whole system is built on interconnection and regularity, and the plague is destroying both. You think about the last caravan you led, 3 months ago, heading east toward Baghdad with a load of Damascene steel and glasswork. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a routine trip, 3 weeks out, a few days in Baghdad to conduct business, 3 weeks back. You've made the journey dozens of times. But nothing was routine. The first caravanserai you reached was completely abandoned, its gates hanging open, its courtyard filled with wind-blown sand. You found bodies inside, never properly buried, just left where they fell. Your fellow travelers wanted to flee immediately, but you convinced them to stay long enough to draw water from the well. The dead couldn't hurt you anymore, you argued, and you needed the water. The next caravanserai was occupied, but barely. An old man and his grandson were living there, the sole survivors of a larger family that had tried to maintain the station through the plague. They sold you supplies at inflated prices, but you paid without haggling because you were grateful to find anyone alive and functioning. Baghdad was a ghost of itself. The great markets that had once been the commercial heart of the Islamic world were empty or closed. The products you'd brought, which would normally have found eager buyers, sat in your warehouse because nobody was buying anything except food and medicine. You eventually sold them at a loss to a merchant who might have been taking advantage of your desperation, or might have genuinely been doing you a favor by taking goods you couldn't carry back. The return journey was even worse. One of your fellow merchants fell ill 3 days out from Baghdad, developing the familiar symptoms of fever and swellings. You abandoned him at the roadside, left him with some water and supplies and prayers, because to do otherwise would have been to risk your own life and the lives of everyone else in the caravan. He was probably dead within days, his body left for the scavengers, unnamed and unmourned except perhaps by family, who would never know what happened to him. That casual abandonment, that willingness to leave a colleague to die alone, haunt you more than you'd like to admit. Before the plague, caravan culture had strong bonds of solidarity. Merchants looked out for each other, shared resources, helped those in trouble. The dangers of the road created a community of shared risk and mutual support. But the plague has destroyed that solidarity along with everything else. Now it's every man for himself, survival trumping all other considerations. You made it back to Damascus with your remaining companions, sold your goods at a loss, and swore you wouldn't make another long-distance journey until conditions improved. That was 3 months ago, and conditions have only deteriorated further. Varden stands to leave, and you shake hands in the traditional manner, though you notice he doesn't grip as firmly as he used to. Nobody touches as much anymore. Nobody gets as close. The instinctive human fear of contagion has created a society of isolation even among those who survive. "If I don't see you again," he says, "may God protect you and your family." "And yours," you reply, though you suspect his family is already beyond the reach of protection. You watch him walk across the empty courtyard, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls, and you wonder if this is the last time you'll see him. The community of merchants that you've been part of your entire adult life is fragmenting, dissolving like salt in water, each person making their own desperate calculations about survival. The economic consequences of the caravan routes closing extend far beyond the merchants directly involved in the trade. Damascus, where you sit, has grown wealthy over centuries by serving as a crucial node in the trading networks that connect the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, the Arabian Peninsula to Anatolia and beyond. The city's artisans depend on imported raw materials. Its markets depend on goods from distant lands. Its tax revenues depend on customs duties charged to passing caravans. With trade collapsing, all of these economic foundations are crumbling. Artisans who worked with imported materials are closing their workshops. Merchants who specialized in foreign goods are bankrupting. The tax revenues that funded public works and city services are drying up. Damascus is becoming poorer, more isolated, more inward-looking. And Damascus is just one city among hundreds suffering the same fate. You've heard reports from travelers about conditions elsewhere. Aleppo is devastated. Cairo is in chaos. Baghdad is a shadow of its former glory. The great trading cities of the Islamic world, cities that have been centers of commerce and culture for centuries, are being hollowed out by the plague and its economic aftermath. The overland routes that connected these cities, that made possible the exchange of goods and ideas and technologies across vast distances, are becoming too dangerous and unprofitable to use. Merchants who survived the plague are choosing to stay home rather than risk the roads. Investors are refusing to fund long-distance ventures. The whole infrastructure of trust and mutual obligation that made long-distance trade possible is collapsing. You spend the afternoon walking through Damascus, observing the changes that have accumulated over the past year. The great Umayyad Mosque is still operating, still drawing worshippers for the 5 daily prayers, but the crowds are smaller than they used to be. The souks that once stretched for miles, offering goods from around the known world, have contracted into a few still functioning streets surrounded by shuttered stalls and empty warehouses. In the textile souk where Varden used to have his shop, you count maybe 1 in 4 businesses still operating. The others are closed, their owners dead or fled or simply unable to obtain the goods they need to conduct business. The few merchants who remain are selling from depleted stock, charging inflated prices, serving a customer base that grows smaller every week. You stop at a spice merchant's stall, drawn by the familiar scents of cardamom and cinnamon and cloves. The merchant is an old man you've known for years, a Persian who settled in Damascus decades ago and built a successful business importing spices from India and the Far East. "Are you getting new shipments?" you ask, more out of professional curiosity than any intention to buy. He shakes his head wearily. "Nothing from the East in 6 months. These are the last of my stock. When they're gone, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe grow vegetables, if I can find a plot of land outside the city. At least you can eat vegetables." The spice trade, you reflect, is perhaps the clearest indicator of how thoroughly the long-distance routes have collapsed. Spices don't grow in the Middle East. They come from India, from Southeast Asia, from the mysterious lands beyond the horizons that few merchants ever visit directly. They pass through many hands before reaching Damascus: Indian traders, Arabian sailors, Egyptian middlemen, each taking their profit, each adding to the cost, until the spices arrive in the markets of Syria as expensive luxuries. This system of long-distance trade in high-value goods has existed for thousands of years, surviving wars and dynasties and natural disasters. But the plague is different. The plague has broken the chain at multiple points simultaneously, made the routes too dangerous, reduced the population of consumers who can afford luxuries, destroyed the credit networks that finance the trade. When the old merchant stock runs out, Damascus will have no spices except what can be grown locally. The wealthy families, who are accustomed to flavoring their food with pepper and cinnamon, will have to adjust to simpler fare. The prestige goods that marked social status will become unavailable at any price. The city will become poorer not just in material terms, but in its connection to the wider world. You buy a small amount of cardamom, more as a gesture of support than because you need it, and the merchant thanks you with an intensity that's heartbreaking. Every sale matters now. Every transaction might be the last. Walking home through the narrow streets, you pass a neighborhood that was heavily affected by the plague. Entire blocks are empty, the houses abandoned by families that fled or died. Some buildings show signs of fire damage, the result of attempts to purify infected spaces by burning them. Others are simply falling into disrepair, their roofs leaking, their walls cracking, nobody available or willing to maintain them. This physical decay is another consequence of the trade collapse that people don't always consider. Cities require constant maintenance. Roofs must be repaired, streets must be cleaned, water systems must be maintained, walls must be inspected and strengthened. This maintenance requires labor and materials and money, all of which depend on a functioning economy. With trade disrupted and tax revenues falling, Damascus can't maintain itself as it once did. The public fountains that supplied water to many neighborhoods are falling into disrepair. The streets are becoming choked with refuse because there's nobody to haul it away. The city walls, which should be inspected and maintained regularly, are being neglected. Damascus is becoming not just poorer, but more vulnerable, less capable of defending itself or serving its population's basic needs. Your own house, when you reach it, feels too large and too empty. Your wife died in the first wave of plague that hit Damascus. Your 2 sons survived, but your eldest left months ago to try his fortune in Cairo, fleeing the stagnant economy of Damascus for opportunities he hoped to find in Egypt. You haven't heard from him in weeks, and given the reports coming from Cairo, you're trying not to imagine what his silence might mean. Your younger son, 15 years old, greets you at the door with news that the bakery 3 streets over is closed. The baker, one of the few who'd continued operating through the worst of the plague, has apparently given up, unable to obtain flour at prices he can afford to pay with customers able to buy. "What are we going to do for bread?" your son asks, and you can hear the anxiety in his voice. He's old enough to understand that your family's situation is precarious, that the wealth your father and grandfather accumulated through successful trading is being depleted, that the future looks nothing like the past. "We'll figure something out," you tell him, with more confidence than you feel. "Maybe we can buy flour and bake at home. Or find another baker who's still operating." But you're both thinking the same thing. What happens when even flour becomes unavailable? The grain that feeds Damascus comes from the surrounding countryside and from more distant agricultural regions through trade networks that are as disrupted as everything else. If those networks fail completely, if the farmers stop growing surplus because there's no market for it, Damascus will starve. That evening, you sit in your courtyard watching the stars emerge one by one, and you try to remember what normal felt like. There was a time, not that long ago, when your main concern was getting good prices for your goods, when you worried about competition from other merchants, when you planned trading ventures months in advance with confidence that the routes would be open and the markets would be functioning. That world is gone, destroyed so quickly and so thoroughly that it's hard to believe it ever existed. The new world that's replacing it is smaller, poorer, more dangerous, more isolated. The connections that span continents have been severed. The trade routes that carry goods and ideas and people across thousands of miles have fallen silent. You think about all the young men, like your eldest son, who grew up assuming they would follow their fathers into the trading business, who learned the routes and the languages and the commercial practices, who invested years in developing the expertise needed to be successful merchants. What will they do now? What alternative futures are available to them in a world where long-distance trade has become impossible? The answer, you suspect, is that many of them will become poorer, will have to accept more limited horizons, will live lives that are materially and culturally impoverished compared to what their parents enjoyed. The plague is creating a generational discontinuity, a break in the transmission of commercial knowledge and practice that will take centuries to repair. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns, indifferent to human suffering. Somewhere far to the east, the Silk Road that connected Damascus to China is falling silent, its caravanserais abandoned, its oases drying up, its merchants dead or fled. Somewhere to the west, the Mediterranean trade that linked the Middle East to Europe is being disrupted by plague-ridden ports and terrified populations refusing to accept foreign ships. Damascus, positioned at the crossroads of these networks, is becoming an island, cut off from the wider world by invisible barriers of disease and fear. The city will survive, you suppose. Cities are resilient, capable of enduring catastrophes that would destroy lesser settlements. But it will survive diminished, impoverished, isolated from the networks that once made it great. You go inside as the night grows cold, checking on your son who's already asleep, then sitting by lamplight to review your account books. The numbers tell a story of steady decline, falling revenues, rising costs, dwindling capital. At this rate, you have maybe 2 years before you're bankrupt, forced to sell your house and find some other way to survive. 2 years. That's your horizon now. Not the multi-year trading ventures you used to plan, not the accumulation of wealth for your children and grandchildren, just the immediate question of how to get through the next 2 years. The plague has shortened everyone's time horizons, made long-term planning seem futile, focused attention on mere survival. You blow out the lamp and lie down on your sleeping mat, listening to the night sounds of the city. A dog barking somewhere. The call of the night watch making their rounds. The distant sound of someone weeping. A sound that's become so common you barely notice it anymore. Tomorrow you'll wake and try to figure out how to obtain bread. The day after that you'll face some other problem. some other shortage or difficulty or small catastrophe. This is your life now, a succession of immediate challenges, the grand ambitions of your youth replaced by the grinding necessity of getting through each day. The Silk Road is dying, the desert routes are going silent, and you're dying with them, not from plague but from the slow suffocation of a way of life that no longer has room to breathe. You're standing on the deck of a dhow in the port of Calicut, watching the monsoon clouds gather on the horizon, and you're trying to decide whether to risk the voyage home. The year is 1349, and you've been trading along the Indian Ocean routes for most of your adult life, following the monsoon winds that make maritime commerce possible in this part of the world. Your name is Ahmed. You're originally from Aden at the mouth of the Red Sea, and you've made this voyage maybe 20 times. South from Aden to the Malabar coast during the northeast monsoon, trading Arabian horses and dates for Indian pepper and textiles. Then north again when the winds shift in summer. It's a pattern as reliable as the seasons, a rhythm that has sustained maritime traders for thousands of years. But the pattern is breaking. The plague that devastated the overland routes has reached the sea lanes, carried by ships from the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, spreading to every port that's connected to the trading networks. You've heard reports from sailors about the catastrophic death tolls in Alexandria, in Aden, in Hormuz. The great port cities that serve as nodes in the Indian Ocean trading system are being hollowed out by disease. Calicut itself seems relatively untouched so far, protected perhaps by its location on the southwestern coast of India, far from the initial outbreak zones. But you've seen how the plague moves, how it follows the paths of commerce, how it finds every port eventually. It's only a matter of time before the disease reaches here, before this bustling harbor with its warehouses and markets and multilingual crowds becomes another death trap. The Zamarin, the Hindu ruler of Calicut, has been monitoring the situation nervously. His city's prosperity depends on trade, on being a welcoming port for merchants from around the Indian Ocean. But welcoming merchants means welcoming whatever diseases they might be carrying. It's a dilemma with no good solution. Close the port and lose your economic livelihood, or keep it open and risk plague. So far the Zamarin has kept the port open, but with new regulations. Ships from plague-affected regions are required to anchor offshore for observation periods. 6 sailors aren't allowed to disembark. Anyone showing symptoms is forcibly quarantined. These measures probably won't stop the plague if it's determined to come, but they make everyone feel like something is being done. Your dhow is loaded with pepper and ginger and cardamom, high-value spices that will fetch excellent prices in Aden if you can get them there safely. The cargo represents most of your capital, accumulated over years of successful trading. If you lose the shipment, you'll be ruined. But if you don't attempt the voyage, you'll be stuck in Calicut with goods you can't sell locally, watching your capital become worthless. The captain of your vessel is a Muslim sailor from Gujarat named Ibrahim, a man you've worked with for years. He knows the Indian Ocean better than anyone you've met, can read the winds and currents, can navigate by the stars, can bring a ship safely across hundreds of miles of open water. But even Ibrahim is hesitant about this voyage. The problem isn't the sailing, he tells you, standing at the rail beside you, watching the clouds. The problem is the ports. If Aden is closed when we arrive, where do we go? If the crew gets sick during the voyage, what do we do? If we encounter plague-ridden ships along the way, how do we avoid them? These are reasonable concerns, the kind of risk assessment that every sailor must make. But the risks have multiplied beyond anything your experience has prepared you for. Traditionally, the dangers of maritime trade were weather, pirates, and navigational errors. Now you have to add plague to the list, a danger that's invisible until it's too late, that can devastate a crew within days, that makes every port potentially lethal. You spend 3 more days in Calicut, gathering information from arriving sailors, trying to piece together an accurate picture of conditions along your intended route. The reports are contradictory and confusing, filtered through multiple retellings, colored by fear and rumor and wishful thinking. A sailor from Hormuz says the Persian Gulf ports are still functioning, though death tolls have been high. A merchant from Aden says the city is in chaos, that ships are being turned away, that the Sultan is considering a complete closure of the port. A Chinese trader says that even the Far Eastern ports, which seemed immune to the plague, are starting to report cases. The pattern that emerges from these fragmentary reports is clear enough. The plague is spreading throughout the Indian Ocean trading system, moving from port to port, following the same maritime routes that have made this region prosperous. And unlike land-based trade, which can simply be abandoned if routes become too dangerous, maritime trade offers fewer alternatives. There are only so many ports, only so many safe harbors, only so many places where ships can resupply and conduct business. You make the decision to attempt the voyage, driven partly by economic necessity and partly by the hope that the situation might improve if you can just get home. Ibrahim agrees reluctantly, though he insists on certain precautions. The crew is inspected for any signs of illness. Supplies are loaded for a longer voyage than normal in case you need to avoid certain ports. Extra water is taken on board because you might need to anchor offshore rather than entering harbors. The dhow departs Calicut on a morning of uncertain weather, the monsoon winds just beginning their seasonal shift. You watch the Indian coastline recede, the palm trees and warehouses shrinking into the distance, and you wonder if you'll ever see Calicut again. The return voyage, if there is one, feels impossible to imagine right now. The Indian Ocean in summer is usually a pleasant sailing environment. The winds are steady, the seas moderate, the temperature comfortable. Your route will take you northwest, skirting the Arabian coast, heading for the narrow strait that leads into the Red Sea and eventually to Aden. Under normal circumstances, it's a voyage of 2 to 3 weeks. with stops at intermediate ports for water and supplies. But circumstances aren't normal. On the third day out, you encounter a ship drifting with no apparent crew. Ibrahim brings your dhow close enough to hail them, but there's no response. Through your spyglass, you can see bodies on the deck, dead or dying, too weak to respond to your calls. "Plague ship," Ibrahim says flatly. "We stay clear." You watch the ghost ship drift away, carrying its cargo of death toward whatever fate awaits it. Perhaps it will eventually run aground on some empty shore. Perhaps it will sink in a storm. Perhaps it will drift forever, a floating tomb marking the routes that trade used to follow. The incident shakes your crew. Sailors are superstitious by nature, and a ghost ship is a powerful omen. Some of them want to turn back, convinced that the voyage is cursed. Ibrahim and you manage to calm them, but the easy camaraderie that usually develops on long voyages doesn't materialize. Everyone is watching everyone else for signs of illness, maintaining distance, wrapped in their own anxious thoughts. You reach the Arabian coast without incident, but when you approach the port of Muscat, hoping to resupply, you find it closed. Ships are anchored offshore, apparently waiting for permission to enter that isn't being granted. You can see smoke rising from the city, probably funeral pyres, and even from a distance there's something wrong about the place. It's too quiet, too still. Ibrahim decides to continue without stopping, rationing the remaining water and food. The crew grumbles, but accepts the decision. Nobody wants to go ashore in a plague-ridden port, no matter how desperately they might want fresh water or solid ground under their feet. The voyage becomes a test of endurance. The food runs low. The water becomes brackish. The heat is oppressive, made worse by the crowded conditions on the dhow. Tempers fray. Small disputes escalate into angry confrontations. The social cohesion that holds a crew together begins to crack under the strain. On the 15th day, one of the sailors develops a fever. He tries to hide it at first, but in the close quarters of a dhow, nothing stays hidden for long. When the telltale swellings appear in his neck, there's no more denying what it is. The crew's reaction is immediate and terrifying. Several men grab the sick sailor and try to throw him overboard, convinced that killing him is the only way to save themselves. Ibrahim intervenes, his authority as captain barely sufficient to stop the violence. The sick sailor is isolated in the bow of the ship, given water but no other care, left to die or recover on his own. He dies 3 days later, delirious and alone, and his body is committed to the sea with minimal ceremony. Everyone is terrified that the disease will spread to others, but days pass and no new cases appear. Perhaps you were lucky. Perhaps the isolation was effective. Or perhaps the plague is simply unpredictable, killing some and sparing others according to logic that humans can't discern. You finally reach Aden after 21 days at sea, exhausted and traumatized and desperate to be done with the voyage. But Aden is a shock. The city you left 6 months ago was a thriving port, crowded and chaotic and full of commercial energy. The city you returned to is a ghost town. The harbor is nearly empty, just a handful of ships at anchor where there should be dozens. The waterfront warehouses are closed or abandoned. The markets that usually sprawl along the shoreline are shuttered. You can see damage from fires, whole districts that have been burned. Whether deliberately or accidentally, you can't tell. The port authorities, such as they are, allow you to dock but warn you not to expect much. The city has been devastated by plague, losing perhaps half its population in a series of waves that started late last year. The commercial infrastructure has collapsed. The merchants who survived are either hiding in their homes or have fled to inland towns. You managed to sell your cargo, but at a fraction of what you'd normally receive. The buyers who remain are in no position to pay premium prices, and you're in no position to wait for better offers. You take what you can get, enough to cover your costs, but not enough to call the voyage profitable. Walking through Aden after concluding your business, you're struck by how thoroughly the plague has transformed the city. This was one of the great ports of the Indian Ocean, a crucial link in the trading networks that connected the Far East to the Middle East and the Mediterranean. Now it's a ruin, a shadow of its former self. Its prosperity ended as abruptly as if someone had simply turned off a switch. The economic geography of the Indian Ocean has been redrawn by plague. The ports that served as nodes in the trading system have been decimated. The ships that carried goods from port to port have been abandoned or destroyed. The merchants and sailors and middlemen who made maritime trade possible have died or fled or given up. And it's not just Aden. From the reports you gather, every major port in the Indian Ocean basin has been affected. Alexandria, which connected the Indian Ocean trade to the Mediterranean, is devastated. Hormuz, which controlled access to the Persian Gulf, has lost most of its population. Even ports as distant as Malacca, which you've never visited but have heard described as a thriving emporium, are reporting plague deaths. The maritime trade that has knitted together the Indian Ocean world for millennia is coming apart. The routes still exist. The monsoon winds still blow. The ports still have their harbors. But the human infrastructure that made trade possible, the merchants willing to take risks, the sailors willing to cruise ships, the financial networks willing to extend credit, the political authorities willing to maintain order, has been so badly damaged that recovery seems impossible. You spend a week in Aden, waiting to see if conditions will improve, if other ships will arrive, if the market will revive. But nothing changes. The city remains quiet, subdued, traumatized. The few merchants who are still operating talk about abandoning maritime trade entirely, maybe moving inland, maybe finding some other way to make a living. On your last night in Aden, you sit in a nearly empty tavern with Ibrahim and a few other sailors, drinking watered wine and discussing the future. The mood is bleak. Everyone has lost friends or family to plague. Everyone has seen their livelihoods destroyed. Everyone is trying to figure out what comes next. I'm done, Ibrahim says, staring into his cup. 20 years I've been sailing these routes, and I've never seen anything like this. It's not worth it anymore. The risks are too high, the profits too uncertain. I'm going to take my ship up to Mocha, sell it if I can, and retire. Maybe buy some land, grow dates, live quietly. The other sailors nod in understanding. Several of them express similar intentions. The community of maritime traders that you've been part of for your entire adult life is dissolving, each person making individual decisions that collectively represent the end of an era. What about you? Ibrahim asks, looking at you. You don't have an answer. Your whole life has been built around Indian Ocean trade. You know the ports, the goods, the merchants, the rhythms of the monsoons. You have no other skills, no other way of making a living. But continuing seems impossible when the system that sustained you has collapsed. I don't know, you admit. Maybe I'll try one more voyage, see if things have stabilized. Or maybe I'll do what you're doing, find some way to leave the sea behind. The conversation drifts to memories of better times, stories of successful voyages and profitable deals, of storms weathered and pirates outwitted. The nostalgia is tinged with grief, the recognition that you're mourning not just for people who have died, but for a whole way of life that's ending. You leave Aden a few days later on a coastal vessel heading north toward Yemen. The ship is small and shabby, nothing like the well-maintained dhows you're used to. But it's transport, and at this point that's all that matters. Watching Aden recede into the distance for what might be the last time, you think about all the ports you visited over your career. Calicut with its spice markets, Hormuz with its Persian carpets, Muscat with its frankincense, Kilwa on the African coast with its gold and ivory, Guangzhou in China, which you visited once in your youth and never forgot. These ports formed a network, each one connected to all the others through regular shipping, through relationships between merchants, through the flow of goods and money and information. The network was more than just an economic system. It was a community, a shared culture of maritime traders who spoke multiple languages, who navigated between different legal and religious systems, who understood that their prosperity depended on keeping the sea lanes open and safe. That network is dying, starved by plague, strangled by fear. The ports remain, but they're becoming isolated, cut off from each other, forced to look inward rather than outward. The Indian Ocean, which has been a bridge connecting diverse societies for thousands of years, is becoming a barrier. The long-term consequences are difficult to foresee, but you can guess at some of them. Without regular maritime trade, goods that were once common will become rare luxuries again. Spices that reached Europe and the Middle East through the Indian Ocean routes will become unavailable or prohibitively expensive. The knowledge and ideas that flowed along with the goods will stop flowing. ports that depended on transit trade for their prosperity will decline or disappear. The cosmopolitan merchant communities that made these ports vibrant will dissolve. The languages and practices and cultural innovations that emerged from centuries of cross-cultural exchange will be lost. The world is becoming smaller, more fragmented, more isolated. The plague is creating boundaries where none existed before, forcing humans back into more limited, more provincial horizons. The age of connection is ending, being replaced by an age of isolation. Your coastal vessel makes slow progress north, stopping at small ports and fishing villages, places that are too insignificant to have been much affected by plague or by the collapse of long-distance trade. The people in these villages have always lived simply, always been isolated from the larger currents of commerce and culture. For them, the plague and its consequences are distant abstractions, stories told by passing sailors, but not realities that shape their daily lives. You envy them their isolation, their immunity to the catastrophe that has destroyed your world. But you also pity them for their limited horizons, their lack of connection to anything beyond their immediate surroundings. They will never know what has been lost, will never understand that the world was once larger and more interconnected than they can imagine. The voyage continues, slow and uneventful, and you have too much time to think. You think about your family, about whether your wife and children in Aden survived the plague. You haven't been home in almost a year, and the reports you've heard about Aden's mortality rates make you fear the worst. You think about your trade goods, about the pepper and ginger that you sold at a loss, wondering if you'll ever again make a profitable voyage, if the market will ever recover enough to reward the risks of long-distance trade. You think about the future, about what kind of world your children will inherit if they survived. Will they be able to follow you into maritime trade? Or will that profession have become obsolete, a relic of a more connected past? The questions have no answers, or at least no answers you can discover sitting on the deck of this shabby coastal vessel watching the Arabian coastline slide past. The future will unfold as it will, shaped by forces too large for any individual to influence. But you know this much. The Indian Ocean trade that has sustained you, that connected 3 continents, that made possible the exchange of goods and ideas on an unprecedented scale, has been broken by plague. The pieces might eventually be put back together, but it will take generations, perhaps centuries. You're standing in the ruins of Merv, and the silence is so complete it feels like a physical presence pressing against your ears. The year is 1351, and this city that was once called the Mother of the World, that boasted libraries and gardens and a population that rivaled Baghdad's, is now mostly empty. The plague didn't kill everyone here. Some fled, some survived, but the trade that sustained Merv has vanished, and without trade, there's no reason for a city to exist in the middle of the desert. Your name is Hassan. You're a water engineer, and you've spent your entire career maintaining the Cannet system that brings water from distant mountains to this impossibly arid location. It's ancient technology, These underground channels that tap into aquifers and transport water for miles without losing it to evaporation. Your grandfather worked on these same canals, and his grandfather before him. The system has sustained Merv for over 1,000 years, turning desert into gardens, making civilization possible where nature never intended it. But a canal system requires constant maintenance. The channels must be cleared of silt and debris. The vertical shafts must be inspected and repaired. The distribution networks within the city must be managed and adjusted. This work requires teams of specialized laborers, significant investment, and most crucially, a reason to keep doing it. If there's no city to supply with water, why maintain the canals? You've watched your workforce shrink over the past 3 years. The plague took some of them directly. Your best foreman died in the first wave, along with half a dozen skilled workers whose knowledge died with them. Others left when it became clear that Merv was dying, heading to cities that seemed to have better prospects, or back to villages where they had family, or simply wandering in search of somewhere that still felt alive. The city administration, such as it remains, still pays your salary, but the amounts get smaller each month, and payment becomes more irregular. The tax base has collapsed along with the population. The merchants who once paid customs duties are gone. The artisans who paid licensing fees have closed their workshops. The wealthy families who paid property taxes have either died or relocated to other cities. You walk through the merchant quarter, noting the changes that have accumulated since your last inspection a few months ago. Buildings that were merely abandoned have begun to collapse, their mud brick walls crumbling back into the earth they came from. Streets that were once crowded with camels and traders and porters are now pathways for wind-blown sand, slowly being reclaimed by the desert. The great caravanserai in the center of the city, a massive structure that could accommodate 1,000 travelers and their animals, sits empty and silent. You remember when you were a child, how you would come here with your father to watch the caravans arrive, marveling at the exotic goods and foreign languages, the sense of connection to a world that extended far beyond the horizon. The caravanserai's courtyard, which should be full of activity, is now occupied only by a few squatters who have taken up residence in the empty stalls. The fountain in the center, which your department once maintained as a showcase of Merv's hydraulic sophistication, has run dry. The tilework that decorated the walls has begun to fall away, revealing the plain brick underneath. You stop to talk with one of the squatters, an old merchant named Yusuf, who refused to leave even after his business collapsed. He's living in what used to be premium accommodations, rooms that would have cost him a substantial sum when the caravanserai was functioning. Now he occupies them for free because there's nobody to collect rent and nowhere else for him to go. I've been coming to this caravanserai for 40 years, Yusuf tells you, gesturing at the empty courtyard. I watched it being renovated in the 1320s, saw them add the new wing for VIP merchants. I've done business with men from China and India and Europe in this courtyard. And now look at it. The loss in his voice is palpable. This isn't just about economics for him, though the economic losses have been catastrophic. It's about the end of a way of life, the death of a community, the severing of connections that gave his existence meaning and purpose. Where did everyone go? You ask, though you already know the general answer. Everywhere and nowhere, Yusuf says. Some went to Bokhara, hoping it would be spared. Some went to Samarkand, which is larger and seemed more stable. Some went back to their home villages if they had villages to return to. And some are dead, of course. Always some are dead. The pattern he describes is playing out across Central Asia. The oasis cities that form the backbone of the Silk Road, Merv, Bokhara, Samarkand, Kashgar, Khotan, Dunhuang, are all suffering the same fate to varying degrees. They're losing population to death and migration. They're losing their economic raison d'etre as trade routes close. They're losing the skilled workers and artisans who made them more than just random collections of buildings in the desert. These cities were always somewhat artificial creations, their existence made possible only by sophisticated water management and by their position on trade routes. Remove the trade, let the water systems decay, and nature will reclaim them with remarkable speed. The desert is patient. It has always been waiting just outside the city walls, ready to reassert itself the moment human vigilance fails. You continue your inspection of the Canet system, walking along the line of vertical shafts that mark the underground channel's path from the mountains to the city. Each shaft has a small structure around it, protection against animals and debris, and a mechanism for lowering workers down to access the channel below. Many of these structures are in disrepair now, their maintenance neglected as your workforce has dwindled. At one shaft, you find a significant problem. The channel has partially collapsed, restricting water flow to the eastern quarters of the city. Under normal circumstances, you would mobilize a team immediately, send workers underground to clear the blockage and shore up the walls. But you don't have the workers anymore, and the eastern quarter is almost completely abandoned anyway, so there's little point in making the repair a priority. This is how infrastructure dies, you realize. Not in dramatic catastrophes, but through 1,000 small decisions not to fix things, not to maintain systems, not to invest in long-term sustainability because there's no longer a long-term to invest in. The Canet system has survived for over a millennium, but it won't survive another generation at this rate. Walking back toward the city center, you encounter a group of Chinese Buddhist monks making their way west, the last remnants of a much larger community that once flourished in Merv. They're abandoning their monastery, they tell you, returning to China because there's no longer a community here to support them, and no pilgrims traveling the routes they once served. The monks represent another dimension of the Silk Road's collapse. The routes didn't just carry commercial goods. They carried religion, philosophy, art, science, all forms of human culture and knowledge. Buddhist monks traveled from India to China, carrying sutras and establishing monasteries along the way. Muslim scholars traveled from Baghdad to Samarkand, spreading Islamic learning. Christian missionaries ventured from Europe toward the East, seeking converts and trading partners. All of this cultural exchange depended on the routes being open and safe, on there being active communities at the oasis cities to host travelers, on the economic prosperity that made patronage possible. With trade dying, the cultural infrastructure is dying too. The monasteries are being abandoned. The madrasas are losing students. The libraries are being neglected or destroyed. The whole elaborate system of knowledge transmission that the Silk Road made possible is collapsing. You help the monks obtain provisions for their journey, drawing on your remaining official authority to requisition supplies from the city's dwindling stores. They thank you with a blessing in Sanskrit, a language you don't understand but which sounds beautiful and sad, and then they depart through the western gate, heading toward Samarkand and eventually, they hope, to China. Watching them go, you feel a profound sense of loss. These monks are carrying with them knowledge and traditions that won't return to Merv. When they leave, something irreplaceable is being removed from this city, from this region, from the network of cultural exchange that has enriched Central Asia for centuries. The Christian quarter of Merv, where Nestorian merchants once maintained a church and community, is completely abandoned now. You walk through it occasionally, marveling at how quickly buildings fall apart when nobody lives in them. The church still stands, but its roof has partially collapsed, and birds nest in the rafters. The houses around it are becoming shells, their wooden elements scavenged for firewood, their valuables long since removed by desperate survivors or opportunistic looters. There were maybe 300 Christians in Merv before the plague, a small but prosperous community that handled much of the long-distance trade between Central Asia and Europe. They had special relationships with the Genoese and Venetian merchants at the Black Sea ports, could communicate in Italian and Latin, understood European market conditions. That specialized knowledge made them valuable intermediaries in the trade network. Now they're gone. Some died in the plague. Most fled when trade collapsed, heading west toward Christian territories or simply disappearing into the chaos of the post-plague world. The community that took centuries to establish was destroyed in less than a decade. The church that represented their presence will soon be indistinguishable from the ruins that litter the outskirts of Merv, abandoned buildings from earlier periods, when the city contracted and expanded in response to changing fortunes. The economic consequences of these population losses extend beyond the immediate reduction in commerce. Cities like Merv developed specialized crafts and industries that depended on skilled labor and sustained demand. Merv was famous for its ceramics, distinctive glazed pottery that was traded across Central Asia. The potters who made these ceramics learned their craft through long apprenticeships, accumulated knowledge passed down through generations. Most of those potters are dead or gone now. The workshops stand empty, the kilns cold, the specialized techniques fading from memory. Even if trade were to resume, even if Merv were to somehow recover its population, the knowledge needed to recreate its famous ceramics might be permanently lost. You visit one of the last functioning potters in this city, an elderly man named Ibrahim who continues to work more from habit than from any hope of profit. His workshop, which once employed a dozen people, is now just him working alone, creating pieces that nobody is buying. "I'm teaching myself to forget," Ibrahim tells you with grim humor, as he works a lump of clay on his wheel. "Everything I learned from my master, everything I've spent 50 years perfecting, it's all becoming useless. My sons are dead, so I have nobody to teach. My customers are gone, so I have nobody to sell to. But I keep working because if I stop, I might as well be dead too." His workshop is a museum of lost prosperity. The shelves that would normally be full of finished pieces waiting for merchants are mostly empty. The storage areas that held raw materials are depleted, and he can't give more because the supply chains have broken down. The specialized tools that he needs for certain techniques are wearing out, and there's no longer anyone making replacements. "What will you do?" you ask him. He shrugs, his hands never stopping their work on the clay. "Keep making pots until I can't anymore. Die here, probably. I'm too old to start over somewhere else, and I don't want to. This is my city. These are my ancestors' streets. If Merv is dying, I'll die with it." There's a dignity in his stubbornness, but also a terrible sadness. Ibrahim represents the last generation of craftsmen who remember what Merv was at its height, who embody the skills and traditions that made the city famous. When he dies, much of that knowledge will die with him. The agricultural system that supports Merv is also failing. The city has never been self-sufficient in food. How could it be, surrounded by desert? It has always depended on farmers in the surrounding oases, who grow wheat and vegetables and fruit, using water from the canons that your department maintains. These farmers sell their surplus to the city, using the profits to buy manufactured goods and services they can't produce themselves. But with the city's population crashed and its markets closed, there's no longer a profitable market for agricultural surplus. Many farmers have responded by reducing production, growing only what their own families need, abandoning the intensive irrigation agriculture that made higher yields possible. Some have given up farming entirely, abandoning their lands to return to pastoral nomadism or to try their fortunes elsewhere. This creates a vicious cycle. As agricultural production falls, the city's food supply becomes less reliable, making it less attractive as a place to live. As the city's population shrinks further, demand for agricultural products falls even more, making farming less profitable. The whole integrated economic system that sustained this desert civilization is unraveling. You spend an evening with the city's remaining administrator, a Persian bureaucrat named Rashid, who has the thankless task of managing Mer's decline. He's been trying to maintain some semblance of government, collecting what taxes he can, paying what salaries are still possible, making decisions about which infrastructure to maintain and which to abandon. We're in triage mode, Rashid tells you, poring over ledgers that show the city's deteriorating finances. We can't maintain everything, so we have to choose what matters most. Do we keep repairing the main bazaar even though it's mostly empty? Do we maintain the walls even though there's nobody left to defend? Do we pay water engineers to maintain canals that serve abandoned neighborhoods? These are impossible choices, the kind of decisions that shouldn't have to be made but which become necessary when systems collapse. Every choice involves giving something up, accepting that some aspect of the city's infrastructure will be lost, acknowledging that Merv will never again be what it was. What's the plan? You asked. What's the vision for Merv's future? Rashid laughs bitterly. Survival. That's the vision. Keep enough infrastructure functioning to support whatever population remains. Maintain the water supply to the inhabited quarters. Keep one market open where people can buy and sell necessities. Prevent total collapse into chaos. That's about the extent of what we can hope for. It's a far cry from the ambitions that previous administrators would have had. Before the plague, before the trade routes closed, Mer's leaders were concerned with growth, with attracting more merchants, with expanding the city's influence and prosperity. Now they're just trying to manage contraction, to make the decline as orderly as possible. The conversation turns to other cities, to reports that Rashid has received from administrators elsewhere in Central Asia. Bokhara is doing somewhat better than Merv, but it's still a shadow of its former self. Samarkand has maintained more of its population, but is suffering from the same trade collapse that's affecting everywhere. Kashgar, at the other end of the Darim Basin, has been virtually abandoned, its population fleeing to more defensible locations in the mountains. The whole region is depopulating, Rashid says. People are leaving the oasis cities, moving to more sustainable locations. Some are going to the mountains, where you don't need elaborate irrigation systems, and where communities can be more self-sufficient. Others are returning to nomadic life, which is more flexible in times of crisis. The age of great desert cities sustained by long-distance trade is ending. He's probably right. The oasis cities were always vulnerable, always dependent on external trade to justify their existence in locations that were naturally hostile to large-scale human settlement. When trade flourished, these cities flourished. When trade died, the cities died too. You leave Rashid's office as the sun sets, painting the ruined buildings in shades of orange and red. The evening call to prayer echoes from the city's remaining mosque, and a handful of faithful respond, but the congregation that gathers is tiny compared to what would have assembled a decade ago. Walking home through streets that feel more like canyons of abandonment, you pass building after building with locked doors and shuttered windows. Occasionally you see signs of habitation, smoke from a cooking fire, light from a lamp, voices behind walls. But these are exceptions. Most of the city is empty, given over to silence and slowly advancing decay. Your own house, when you reach it, feels too large for just you and your wife. Your children left months ago, joining a caravan heading east, hoping to find opportunities in cities that were less affected by the collapse. You haven't heard from them since, and you try not to imagine what their silence might mean. Your wife has prepared a simple dinner, bread and vegetables from the small garden she maintains, a meal that's adequate but far from the very diet you enjoyed when Merv was prosperous and markets were full of goods from across Asia. You eat in silence, too tired for conversation, both of you wrapped in thoughts about an uncertain future. After dinner, you sit in your courtyard watching stars emerge one by one. This courtyard, with its fountain and fruit trees and carefully maintained garden, represents decades of work, the accumulated investment of your career as a water engineer. You've earned a good living maintaining Merv's cannons, built a comfortable home, raised a family. But all of that achievement feels hollow now, built on foundations that proved less solid than you thought. The Canet system will outlast you, you suspect. The underground channels are durable, built to last centuries. But without maintenance, they'll gradually fill with silt, their flows will decline, their utility will diminish. Future generations, if there are future generations in Merv, will inherit a degraded water system and wonder why their ancestors didn't maintain it better. They won't understand that their ancestors made rational choices given the circumstances, that maintaining infrastructure for a non-existent population made no sense. You fall asleep that night thinking about the impermanence of cities, about how quickly prosperity can turn to ruin, about how the achievements of generations can be undone in just a few years when the conditions that sustain them disappear. Merv has been here for over 2,000 years, rising and falling and rising again in response to changing trade patterns and political fortunes. But this fall feels different, more final, because the trade networks that made Merv's recovery possible in the past no longer exist. The Silk Road that once connected Merv to China and India and Europe is dying, and Merv is dying with it. The oasis cities that formed the backbone of overland trade are withering in the desert, becoming ruins for future archaeologists to puzzle over, physical evidence of a more connected past. You're a guide in the Pamir Mountains, and you realize with growing certainty that you're becoming obsolete. Your name is Timur, you're Kyrgyz by birth, and you've spent your entire adult life leading caravans through the high passes that separate Central Asia from China. These are among the most difficult and dangerous routes in the world, passes above 15,000 feet where the air is so thin that breathing becomes a conscious effort, where snow can fall in any month, where a wrong turn can mean death for everyone in your party. The knowledge required to guide caravans through these mountains takes years to acquire. You need to know which passes are viable in which seasons. which overnight stops have water and shelter, where bandits typically wait to ambush unwary travelers. How to read weather signs in the clouds and wind. How to manage animals stressed by altitude. How to keep exhausted merchants moving when they want to give up. Your father taught you these skills, and his father taught him, going back generations. It's specialized knowledge, passed down through apprenticeship and experience. Knowledge that is valued precisely because these routes are so difficult that amateurs can't navigate them successfully. Merchants pay guides like you substantial sums because without guides, they can't access the Chinese goods that make the journey worthwhile. But the caravans have stopped coming. The last major caravan you guided through the Pamirs was almost 2 years ago, in the summer of 1349. Since then, there have been only a handful of small parties, and even those have dried up in recent months. The routes that you spent your life learning are no longer being used, and your skills are becoming as irrelevant as your income has become non-existent. You're currently in Kashgar, the great trading city that sits at the western edge of the Darim Basin, where caravans traditionally assembled before attempting the mountain crossing. Kashgar should be bustling with merchants preparing for journeys east or west, with animals and goods and the organized chaos of long-distance trade. Instead, it's nearly empty, its caravanserais abandoned, its markets reduced to a few stalls selling local produce. The Silk Road through the Pamirs follows several possible routes, each with different advantages and disadvantages. The most commonly used passes, the Toragart, the Erktam, the Kunjarab, are high and difficult, but they're also relatively direct, shaving weeks off the journey compared to longer, but lower alternatives. Before the plague, these passes saw regular traffic, especially in summer when conditions were most favorable. You would typically guide 3 or 4 caravans per year through the mountains, earning enough from these journeys to support yourself and your family for the entire year. The work was seasonal, only possible in the warmer months, but it was lucrative enough that you didn't need to work the rest of the year. You would guide a caravan east to Kashgar in spring, wait there while the merchants conducted their business, then guide them back west in summer. It was a good life, actually. You enjoyed the respect that came with being a master guide, enjoyed the camaraderie of the trail, enjoyed the satisfaction of successfully navigating a party through terrain that had killed many less experienced guides. The mountains were your domain, your expertise gave you status, and the merchants who depended on your knowledge treated you well. But now you're sitting in an empty caravanserai in Kashgar, waiting for merchants who will never come, trying to figure out what to do with knowledge that nobody needs anymore. The city of Kashgar itself is in crisis. Like Merv and the other oasis cities, it exists primarily to service the Silk Road trade. Its location at the convergence of several routes made it a natural gathering point for caravans, a place to rest and resupply before attempting the mountain crossings to the west or the desert crossings to the east. Without that transit trade, Kashgar has lost its economic purpose. The city's population has fallen dramatically. The plague hit Kashgar hard in 1348, killing thousands in the initial outbreak and more in subsequent waves. But perhaps more significantly, the economic collapse has driven away survivors who might otherwise have stayed. Merchants have relocated to cities that seem to have better prospects. Artisans have moved to places where there's still demand for their goods. Young people have left in search of opportunities that Kashgar can no longer provide. You walk through the city's famous Sunday market, which used to attract traders from across Central Asia. Before the plague, you couldn't walk through the market without constantly pushing through crowds, without hearing a dozen languages being spoken, without smelling spices and perfumes from across the world. Now the market is a sad remnant of its former self. A few dozen vendors selling to a handful of customers. The vast majority of stalls standing empty. At one stall, you stop to talk with an old silk merchant named Lu, a Chinese trader who has been coming to Kashgar for decades. He's one of the few who continues to make the journey, though even he admits it's probably his last time. The trade is finished, Lu tells you bluntly. The routes through the Mongol territories are too dangerous now. The ports on the Black Sea are closed or dying. Even if I could get goods through the mountains, there's nobody to sell to on the other side. The whole system is broken down. He's selling off the last of his stock at whatever prices he can get, planning to return to China and retire. He's old enough that retirement makes sense anyway, but you can tell that he's grieving for the trade he's leaving behind, for the life he won't be able to continue. What about the southern routes? You ask, thinking of the alternative paths that run through the Himalayas and into India. Are those still functioning? Lu shakes his head. They're in the same situation. The plague hit India hard. The ports are disrupted. The political situation is unstable. And even if you could get goods to India, the European markets they were destined for are devastated. The whole integrated trading system that made the Silk Road profitable has come apart. This is the reality you're trying to avoid facing. The Silk Road isn't just temporarily disrupted. It's fundamentally broken, and it won't recover in your lifetime, probably not in your children's lifetimes. The trade routes that have existed for over 1,000 years, that have survived wars and empires and natural disasters, have been destroyed by a combination of plague and political fragmentation that has made long-distance overland trade impossible. The mountain passes you spent your life learning will still be there, of course. The geography doesn't change. But without caravans to guide, they might as well not exist. They'll become forgotten paths, used occasionally by local traders or nomads, but never again by the great caravans that connected China to the West. You spend a few days in Kashgar, hoping against reason that a caravan might materialize, that some merchant might appear needing a guide through the Pamirs. But nobody comes. The few travelers who pass through are refugees or religious pilgrims, people fleeing the plague or seeking spiritual solace, none of them planning the kind of commercial journey that would require your services. Eventually you make the decision to return home to your village in the mountains, accepting that your career as a caravan guide is over. You have some savings, enough to support your family for a while, and you can probably find work as a herder or farmer, using the more basic skills you learned before specializing as a guide. It won't be as prestigious or lucrative, but it will be survival. The journey back through the mountains is melancholy. These are routes you know intimately, every turn and landmark and danger point. You've guided hundreds of merchants through these passes, saved dozens of lives through your knowledge and experience, earned a reputation as one of the most reliable guides in the Pamirs. But now you're traveling alone, making this journey for what will probably be the last time in a professional capacity. At one high pass, you stop at the stone cairn that marks the summit. Travelers traditionally add a stone to the cairn when they cross successfully, a gesture of thanksgiving and a marker for those who follow. You've added stones here many times over the years, celebrating safe crossings with your clients. Today you add one more stone, but this time it feels more like a farewell than a celebration. From the pass, you can see the vast sweep of mountains extending in all directions, an ocean of peaks and ridges that has both sustained you and defined your identity. These mountains were your livelihood, your purpose, your connection to the wider world of commerce and culture that the Silk Road represented. Now they're just mountains again, beautiful but empty, no longer pathways to anywhere that matters. The descent from the pass takes you past abandoned way stations, small shelters that guides, like you maintained, as emergency refuges for caravans caught in bad weather. You stop at one that your father helped build, a stone structure tucked against a cliff face, stocked with firewood and emergency supplies. The shelter is still sound, could still serve its purpose, but there's nobody to serve anymore. Inside the shelter, travelers have left their marks, names carved into the walls, messages in various languages, dates going back decades. You find your own name from years ago, carved when you were young and proud of having completed your first solo guide job. Next to it, you carve a final message in Kyrgyz. The road is closed. The silence begins. As you continue your journey home, you think about all the other specialists like yourself whose livelihoods depended on the Silk Road. The caravanserai owners who maintained way stations, the animal handlers who bred and trained camels for desert crossings, the interpreters who translated between languages, the money changers who converted currencies, the merchants who understood market conditions across vast distances, the artisans who made goods specifically for the caravan trade. All of these specialists developed their expertise over years or decades, invested in knowledge and skills that were valuable precisely because long-distance trade was difficult and complex. They formed a community of practice, a network of people whose specialized knowledge made the seemingly impossible journey from China to Europe feasible and profitable. That community is dissolving. The specialists are finding other work or retiring, or dying with their knowledge untransmitted. The infrastructure they maintained is being abandoned. The routes they knew are falling out of use. Within a generation, the detailed knowledge of how to actually conduct Silk Road trade will be largely lost, surviving only in fragmentary form through occasional written accounts or unreliable memories. You reach your village after a week of walking, arriving to find your family surprised to see you back so early in the season. You explain that there's no work, that the caravans have stopped coming, that you're home for good now. Your wife accepts this news with the resignation of someone who has already adjusted her expectations downward multiple times. Your children, who were hoping that your expertise would lift the family into prosperity, look disappointed but not surprised. The village is struggling too, though not as badly as the cities. This is a community of herders and small-scale farmers, people who never depended heavily on the Silk Road trade. They're somewhat insulated from the catastrophe precisely because they were never deeply integrated into the long-distance trading networks. For them, the collapse of the Silk Road is a distant abstraction, sad news, but not a crisis that directly affects their daily lives. Over the following weeks, you adjust to a new routine. You help your family with their herds, work on improving your house, take on odd jobs in the village. It's honest work, necessary work, but it lacks the purpose and prestige you enjoyed as a caravan guide. You've gone from being a specialist with rare knowledge to being just another village herder, and the adjustment is harder than you expected. Other former guides began appearing in the village, men who made the same decision you did, who recognized that their careers were over and returned home. There are maybe a dozen of you in total, specialists in different routes through the mountains, all of us suddenly obsolete. We form a kind of informal support group, meeting in the village's small tea house, sharing stories from our guiding days, mourning the death of a profession we loved. One evening, you're sitting with these former guides, and someone raises a question that has been bothering all of you. Should you try to teach the next generation the skills of mountain guiding, even though there's currently no market for those skills? On one hand, it seems pointless to train people for a profession that no longer exists. On the other hand, the knowledge took generations to accumulate, and it seems tragic to let it die completely. The debate goes on for hours, touching on deeper questions about the value of knowledge and the responsibility of one generation to the next. Eventually, you reach a tentative consensus. You'll teach anyone who wants to learn, not because you think they'll be able to use the knowledge professionally, but because the knowledge itself has value beyond its economic utility. The route through the mountains, the techniques for navigating difficult terrain, the understanding of weather and altitude and animal management, all of this is worth preserving even if it never again generates income. So you begin holding informal classes, teaching young people the skills of mountain guiding. Some are genuinely interested, fascinated by the stories you tell about the great caravans and the distant cities they connected. Others are humoring you, attending out of respect for your generation, but skeptical that this knowledge will ever be relevant to their lives. But a few, a precious few, seem to really grasp the significance of what you're teaching, understand that they're being entrusted with a tradition that stretches back centuries. The process of teaching makes you realize how much knowledge was never written down, how much depends on direct experience and oral transmission. You can describe how to read where there's signs in the premieres, but actually recognizing those signs requires practice, requires having made the mistakes and learn from them. You can explain the technique for keeping animals moving at high altitude, but the feel of it, the judgment calls that separate adequate from expert guiding, can only be learned by doing. Some of this knowledge will inevitably be lost. Without active trade routes to practice on, without real caravans to guide, the next generation will never develop the full expertise that your generation possessed. They'll have theoretical understanding but not practical mastery, which means that if trade somehow resumes in the future, it will take years to rebuild the guiding profession to its former level of competence. Winter arrives early that year, closing the mountain passes earlier than usual, making them impassable even if there were caravans waiting to cross. You stand outside your house on a night of heavy snow, watching the mountains disappear behind white curtains of falling snow. And you think about how the Silk Road is being erased not just economically but physically. The passes you used to guide caravans through are filling with snow. The way stations you maintained are being buried. The paths you carefully marked for future travelers are being obscured. By spring, when the snow melts, the mountains will look the same as they always have, but the human infrastructure that made them navigable will have degraded further. Another year of abandonment making eventual recovery that much harder. Your last thought before going inside is of all the merchants you guided over the years, the Chinese traders and Persian merchants and Arab middlemen and European adventurers. You wonder where they are now, whether they survived the plague, whether they found other ways to make their livings, whether they sometimes think about the mountains and the dangerous crossings and the guides who brought them through safely. They probably don't. They've moved on to whatever the post-plague world offers, adapted to new circumstances, forgotten the old routes and old connections. But you haven't forgotten, can't forget, because those mountains and those routes were your life, and their silence is your loss, and no amount of adaptation will change that. You're in the ruins of what was once the greatest library in Samarkand, and you're trying to decide what to save. Your name is Fatima. You're a scribe's daughter who learned to read and write when most women couldn't, and you've been tasked by the city's last functioning scholar with rescuing whatever manuscripts can be preserved before the building collapses completely. The library isn't grand by the standards of Baghdad or Cairo, but it was respectable, maybe 10,000 manuscripts, covering everything from religious texts to scientific treatises to commercial records to poetry. It was maintained by a foundation established decades ago by a wealthy merchant family, staffed by scholars who cataloged new acquisitions and made copies of deteriorating texts. But the plague killed most of the scholars. The foundation's endowment has been depleted. The building, which requires constant maintenance in Samarkand's climate, has been neglected for 3 years now. The roof leaks, exposing manuscripts to water damage. The walls are cracking, threatening to collapse. Vermin have gotten in and chewed through some volumes. The dry air that usually helps preserve manuscripts has been invaded by moisture, causing mold and decay. You're working with an old scholar named Abu Bakr, one of the last librarians, trying to triage the collection. You can't save everything. There's no longer funding to maintain the whole collection, no place to move all these manuscripts, no institution capable of absorbing them. So you have to choose which texts are most important, which deserve to be saved while others are abandoned to decay. These are impossible decisions, you are discovering. Is a rare astronomical text more important than a unique poetry collection? Is a commercial manual that documents trading practices more valuable than a theological commentary? Is a scientific treatise in Arabic more significant than a historical chronicle in Persian? Abu Bakr has been making these kinds of judgments for days now, and it's clearly tearing him apart. He's devoted his life to preserving knowledge, and now he's being forced to let most of it perish. Every manuscript he sets aside in the save pile represents dozens that he's consigning to destruction. This is how civilizations die, he tells you as you work through the mathematics section, trying to identify which texts exist in other libraries and which might be unique to this collection. Not in dramatic conflagrations, but in quiet abandonment. Future generations will wonder what we knew, what we thought, what we created, and they won't be able to answer those questions because we let the records decay. The mathematics section contains works you barely understand, geometric proofs, algebraic methods, astronomical calculations. Some are translations of Greek texts that came through Arabic intermediaries. Others are original works by Persian and Central Asian scholars. A few are Chinese mathematical treatises that made their way west along the Silk Road. This cross-cultural exchange of mathematical knowledge was one of the great achievements of the Silk Road era. Chinese mathematicians developed certain techniques. Indian mathematicians developed others. Greek mathematicians had their own traditions. And along the trade routes, these different mathematical traditions met and influenced each other, creating a syncretic mathematical culture that was more sophisticated than any single tradition alone. But that exchange has stopped. The routes are closed. The scholars who could read multiple languages are mostly dead. The institutions that supported cross-cultural learning have collapsed. The manuscripts you're looking at represent knowledge that's becoming isolated, cut off from the networks that made it relevant and productive. You select a few mathematical texts that Abu Bakr identifies as particularly important or rare, adding them to the growing pile of manuscripts to be saved. But you have to leave behind most of them, hundreds of works representing thousands of hours of scholarly labor, condemned to decay because there's no longer institutional capacity to preserve them. The geography and travel section is even more heartbreaking. These manuscripts document the routes and markets and political conditions that made the Silk Road possible. There are merchant handbooks describing the best routes from Samarkand to Bokhara, which passes to use in which seasons, where to find reliable suppliers of particular goods. There are geographic treatises mapping the known world, combining information from Chinese, Persian, and Arab sources. There are travel narratives describing journeys to distant lands, offering detailed observations of foreign customs and commercial practices. This literature was practical, intended for actual use by merchants and travelers. The handbooks were meant to be consulted, the maps meant to be followed, the travel narratives meant to inform decision-making about which routes to take and which markets to pursue. They represented the accumulated knowledge of centuries of long-distance trade, distilled into forms that could guide the next generation of merchants. But with the routes closed and trade dead, this literature has become purely historical, interesting perhaps to future scholars, but no longer useful to practicing merchants. And as historical sources, most of these texts won't survive. They're too specialized, too focused on commercial details that don't interest religious or literary scholars. They'll decay in this abandoned library, their knowledge lost because nobody thought it was worth preserving. You try to save a few of the most comprehensive merchant handbooks, the ones that document routes and practices most thoroughly. But you have to leave behind the majority, including texts that might be unique, that might represent the only surviving record of certain trade routes or commercial practices. Abu Bakr notices you hesitating over a particular manuscript, a merchant's account of traveling from Samarkand to China in the 1320s, before the plague. It's beautifully written, full of vivid details about the cities and peoples he encountered, offering insights into the commercial world of the Silk Road at its height. "Take it," he says. "I know we're supposed to prioritize religious and scientific texts, but this is valuable too. Future generations should know what this world was like when it was functioning." You add it to the save pile, grateful for the permission, but also aware that you're making similar sacrifices with dozens of other texts that seem equally valuable. Every choice to save something is simultaneously a choice to abandon something else. The poetry section presents different challenges. Poetry was highly valued in Islamic culture, and this library has substantial collections in Arabic, Persian, and Turkic languages. Some poets are famous enough that their works survive in multiple libraries across the Islamic world. But others are obscure, local poets whose works might exist only here. Abu Bakr can read all three languages, which is increasingly rare. The scholarly culture that produced multilingual intellectuals was sustained by institutions, madrasas, libraries, courts that patronized scholars and created environments where different linguistic and cultural traditions could interact. With those institutions failing, the next generation of scholars will be less cosmopolitan, more limited to single languages and traditions. This is what we're losing, Abu Bakr says, holding up a volume of Turkic poetry. Not just the texts themselves, but the ability to read them. I'm probably one of maybe a dozen people alive who can read classical Turkic with real comprehension. When we die, who will be able to appreciate these poems? They'll become incomprehensible artifacts, beautiful objects that nobody can understand. You work through the poetry collection methodically, saving the most significant poets, the ones whose works are already recognized as classics. But hundreds of minor poets are left behind, their works condemned to obscurity and eventual destruction. The medical and scientific sections are perhaps the most painful to triage, because the knowledge they contain is potentially useful rather than just culturally valuable. There are medical texts describing treatments for various diseases, surgical techniques, pharmaceutical preparations. There are astronomical texts explaining how to calculate planetary positions and predict eclipses. There are texts on agriculture, on metallurgy, on hydraulic engineering. Some of this knowledge will survive in other libraries, in other cities that weren't as badly hit by the plague or that have maintained their institutions more successfully. But some of it exists only here, and letting it decay means that practical knowledge will be lost. Techniques that could help people will be forgotten. Abu Bakr prioritizes the medical texts, reasoning that they have the most immediate practical value. But even within the medical collection, you have to make difficult choices. Do you save the text on treating fevers, or the one on setting broken bones? The treatise on herbal medicines, or the one on surgical techniques? Each one potentially contains knowledge that could save lives, but you can't save them all. By the end of the week, you've assembled a collection of maybe 500 manuscripts, 5% of the library's original holdings. These will be moved to Abu Bakr's home, where he'll try to preserve them using his own limited resources. The remaining 95% will be abandoned to whatever fate awaits this crumbling building. Before you leave the library for the last time, you walk through the sections you've already triaged, looking at all the manuscripts you're leaving behind. Each one represents someone's intellectual labor, someone's attempt to record knowledge or beauty or truth. Each one was judged important enough to copy and preserve at some point in the past. And now they're being abandoned, deemed less essential than the select few you managed to save. There's a manuscript on silk production that caught your eye earlier, a detailed technical manual explaining how to cultivate mulberry trees, raise silkworms, process cocoons, weave silk fabric. It's the kind of practical knowledge that the Silk Road trade depended on, that helped create the wealth that built libraries like this one. But it's not important enough to save compared to religious commentaries or literary classics, so it will decay here, its knowledge lost. You think about taking it, adding it to your personal collection, but you know that would mean leaving something else behind. Every choice to save is a choice to abandon, and there are too many valuable texts, and too little capacity to preserve them. So you leave the Silk Manual where it is, one more piece of Silk Road knowledge consigned to oblivion. Abu Bakr locks the library's outer door for the last time, a gesture that's more symbolic than practical since the building is deteriorating and can't really be secured. You walk away together, carrying what you've managed to save, leaving behind the majority of the collection to decay. Future scholars will curse us, Abu Bakr says, as you walk through Samarkand streets toward his home. They'll wonder how we could have been so negligent, how we could have let so much knowledge be destroyed. But they won't understand the circumstances, won't realize that we were doing the best we could with impossible choices. You spend the next several weeks helping Abu Bakr organize the rescued manuscripts in his home, creating a makeshift library in rooms that were never designed for the purpose. It's cramped and inadequate, but it's the best you can do. At least these 500 texts will survive, will be available to whatever scholars emerge in the post-plague world. But even this limited preservation effort is fragile. Abu Bakr is old, probably won't live more than another decade. Who will inherit his collection? Who will care for these manuscripts after he's gone? His children aren't scholars, aren't particularly interested in preserving their father's library. They'll probably sell the manuscripts after his death, disperse them to whoever is willing to pay, and many will end up in conditions even worse than the library he rescued them from. The institutional infrastructure that supported scholarly work, the endowments that funded libraries, the madrasas that trained scholars, the patronage networks that supported intellectual life, has been destroyed by the plague and the economic collapse that followed. Individual scholars, like Abu Bakr, can try to preserve knowledge through personal effort, but without institutions to support them, their efforts will be temporary and limited. You think about this as you work on cataloging Abu Bakr's collection, creating a list of what has been saved so that future scholars will at least know what survived. The Silk Road didn't just move goods and merchants. It moved knowledge, ideas, technologies, religious teachings, artistic styles, all forms of human culture. The libraries that grew up along the routes housed collections that reflected this exchange, manuscripts in multiple languages documenting the accumulated wisdom of diverse civilizations. With the routes closed and the libraries abandoned, that cultural exchange has stopped. Knowledge is becoming more localized, more fragmented, trapped in linguistic and geographic silos. The cosmopolitan intellectual culture of the Silk Road era is dying, being replaced by something more provincial and limited. You work late into the evening, by lamplight, recording the titles and authors of the rescued manuscripts. It's tedious work, but it feels important, feels like you're doing something to preserve what can be preserved from the catastrophe. Each entry in your catalog represents a small victory against entropy, a text that will survive when thousands of others won't. But you can't shake the awareness of what's being lost, of all the manuscripts moldering in that abandoned library, of all the knowledge slowly fading as ink and paper decay. The Silk Road is dying, and with it, a whole world of intellectual exchange and cultural synthesis. Future generations will be poorer for the loss, will have access to less knowledge, will be less capable of the kind of cross-cultural understanding that the Silk Road made possible. The lamp flickers, running low on oil, and you decide to stop for the night. Tomorrow you'll continue cataloging, continue the work of preservation, continue trying to save what little can be saved from the ruins. But tonight, you're just tired, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the loss, grieving for knowledge that's dying before it could reach the people who might have benefited from it. You're preparing what might be the last caravan to attempt the full Silk Road journey, and you know it's probably a fool's errand. Your name is Marco. You're a Venetian merchant in your late 30s, and you've been trading along the Silk Road routes for 15 years. Your father and uncle made the journey to China in the 1270s, during the height of the Pax Mongolica, and came back with wealth and stories that inspired your own career. But the world they knew is gone. The year is 1352, and everything that made Silk Road trade possible has collapsed. The Mongol Empire has fragmented into competing khanates that are often at war with each other. The plague has devastated every major city along the routes. The political conditions that created security for merchants have disappeared. The economic prosperity that made long-distance trade profitable has been destroyed. And yet, you're organizing this caravan anyway, driven by a combination of desperation, hope, and stubborn refusal to accept that the life you built is over. You have a warehouse full of goods in Kaffa, European woolens, Mediterranean coral, Baltic amber, that have been sitting unsold for 2 years. You've invested most of your capital in these goods, borrowed heavily to finance the purchase, and if you can't sell them in China at something approaching their intended prices, you'll be bankrupted. The rational choice would be to cut your losses, sell the goods for whatever you can get in local markets, accept a smaller loss rather than risking total ruin. But you've heard rumors that Chinese demand for European goods remains strong, that prices in Beijing are actually higher than before the plague because supply has dried up. If you could get your goods to China, if you could somehow navigate the broken trade routes and the political chaos and the lingering plague, you might not just avoid bankruptcy, but turn a substantial profit. So you're assembling a caravan, trying to find merchants willing to risk the journey, hiring guards and guides and camel handlers, stockpiling supplies for a trip that might take 2 years or more. It's harder than it used to be. The pool of experienced Silk Road traders has shrunk dramatically. Many died in the plague. Others have retired or switched to different trades. The few who remain are older, more risk-averse, less willing to attempt journeys that were always dangerous and are now potentially suicidal. You've managed to recruit about a dozen merchants, mostly desperate men in situations similar to yours, with capital tied up in goods that they can't sell in disrupted Western markets. There's a Genoese trader with Chinese silks that he bought before the plague and can't move. A Persian merchant with Indian spices that have lost their European markets. An Armenian dealer in precious stones looking for Chinese buyers. Each of you is betting that the eastern end of the Silk Road is functioning better than the western end, that if you can just get there, opportunities will materialize. Your caravan includes 40 camels, 30 horses, 25 people counting merchants and employees and guards. It's much smaller than the caravans you remember from before the plague, those massive commercial expeditions of 100 or more camels that move through the landscape like mobile cities. But it's the best you can assemble given current conditions. You depart from Kaffa in early spring, planning to cross the steppes during the warmer months and reach the Central Asian cities before winter. The journey begins badly. The roads that used to be maintained by Mongol authorities are in terrible condition, neglected for years. Bridges are out. Way stations are abandoned. The infrastructure that made travel relatively safe has deteriorated. Worse, the political situation is chaotic. The Golden Horde is in civil war, different factions fighting for control, making it impossible to obtain safe conduct passes that would be respected by all parties. You have to bribe your way through multiple checkpoints, each controlled by different warlords, who demand payment for passage through territory they nominally control. The bribes are expensive, eating into your already thin profit margins. But they're necessary. Without bribes, without the right words and gifts and shows of respect, you'd be robbed or killed. The rule of law that the Mongols imposed has evaporated, replaced by a patchwork of local authorities, with varying degrees of legitimacy and predatory intentions. 3 weeks into the journey, you encounter your first plague-affected settlement. It's a small town that used to service the caravan trade, a place where you stopped before on previous journeys. Now it's partially abandoned, maybe a third of its buildings empty, the population visibly reduced and traumatized. The town's authorities won't let your caravan enter, fearful that you might be carrying plague. You're forced to camp outside the walls and conduct what little business is possible through intermediaries. The town has little to sell and little money to buy, so the stop is mostly wasted time. But at least nobody in your caravan gets sick. This pattern repeats as you continue east. Towns and caravanserais that used to welcome merchants now view you with suspicion and fear. The plague has made strangers dangerous, travelers into potential carriers of death. The hospitality that was once a point of pride along the Silk Road has been replaced by exclusion and quarantine. Your caravan reaches Sarai, the capital of the Golden Horde, in late spring. The city is a shadow of what you remember from a previous visit a decade ago. Then it was bustling and prosperous, full of merchants from across Eurasia, a cosmopolitan center where East and West met and mingled. Now it's a traumatized ruin, its population crashed, its markets empty, its political stability gone. You managed to sell some of your European goods in Sarai, but at prices so low that you barely cover your costs. The buyers have little money, demand is weak, and they know you're desperate enough to accept whatever they offer. You take the losses and continue east, hoping that conditions will improve. The journey through the Kazakh steppes is grueling. The distances between water sources are vast, the heat oppressive, the routes poorly marked now that regular traffic has ceased. You lose 2 camels to exhaustion and 3 men to a brief skirmish with bandits who attack one night but are driven off by your guards. Each day, you wonder if you should turn back. The journey is harder than you expected, the conditions worse, the prospects of success diminishing. But you're too far committed now, too deep into the venture to abandon it without losing everything. So you push forward, driven by desperation more than hope. The caravan reaches Otrar, an ancient city on the Sir Darya River, after 2 months of travel. Otrar used to be a major stop on the Silk Road, a place where merchants rested and resupplied before continuing to Samarkand or turning north toward other routes. Now it's nearly deserted, most of its population dead or fled, its commercial infrastructure collapsed. You camp in an abandoned caravanserai, a massive structure that could accommodate hundreds of travelers, but now houses only your small party. The emptiness is oppressive, the silence disturbing. This building represents centuries of accumulated investment in Silk Road infrastructure, and now it's being abandoned to decay because the trade that sustained it is dying. That night, sitting around the campfire with your fellow merchants, you discuss whether to continue. Several men want to turn back, convinced that continuing to China is futile. The Chinese markets might be functioning, they argue, but getting there through the chaos of Central Asia is too dangerous, and getting back with whatever profits you make is even more uncertain. You argue for continuing, pointing out that turning back now means accepting total loss. At least if you reach China, you have a chance of selling your goods profitably. The debate goes on for hours, eventually ending with a compromise. You'll continue to Samarkand and reassess the situation there based on what information you can gather about conditions further east. The journey from Otrar to Samarkand takes another 3 weeks. You follow the traditional routes, but everything feels wrong. The caravanserais are abandoned or barely functioning. The towns you pass through are depopulated. The once busy roads are empty except for your caravan and occasional bands of refugees fleeing plague or warfare. Samarkand, when you finally reach it, is better than you feared but worse than you hoped. The city has survived, maintained enough of its population and economic base to continue functioning, but it's clearly struggling. The markets are a fraction of their former size. The merchant community is decimated. The sense of vitality and opportunity that characterized the city before the plague is gone. You spend 2 weeks in Samarkand, gathering information about conditions to the east. The reports are discouraging. The routes through the Darim Basin are dangerous, with many oases abandoned and bandits exploiting the lack of security. The political situation in China is unstable, with the Yuan dynasty facing rebellions and showing signs of collapse. The plague has hit the Chinese cities hard, disrupting markets and creating economic chaos. But there are also encouraging signs. Chinese demand for certain luxury goods remains strong. Merchants who have managed to reach China recently report that European woolens and Mediterranean coral fetch excellent prices. The supply disruption caused by the collapse of regular Silk Road trade has created opportunities for those brave or foolish enough to attempt the journey. You make the decision to continue. Several merchants in your caravan choose to turn back, selling their goods in Samarkand at whatever prices they can get and heading west. But a core group of about 8 merchants, including yourself, decide to push on toward China. The reduced caravan departs Samarkand heading east toward Kashgar. This segment of the journey takes you through some of the most difficult terrain on the Silk Road, desert crossings and mountain passes that test both animals and humans. Your guide, a Uyghur man who claims to have made the journey multiple times, leads you along routes that he says are still passable. The crossing of the Taklamakan Desert is nightmarish. The oasis towns that should provide rest and resupply are mostly abandoned. The wells that should have water are often dry or fouled. The landmarks that guides traditionally used for navigation have been obscured by shifting sands. Several times you get lost, wasting days searching for routes that your guide remembers but can no longer precisely locate. You lose more animals and one more man, who dies from dysentery contracted at a contaminated water source. The survivors are exhausted, dehydrated, desperate. When you finally stagger into Kashgar after a month of desert travel, you've lost half your animals and a significant portion of your trade goods, either consumed for survival or abandoned along the route to lighten loads. Kashgar is in terrible condition, even worse than Samarkand. The city is barely functioning, its population reduced to maybe a quarter of what it was before the plague. The markets are closed. The caravanserais are empty. The whole city feels like it's waiting to die. You rest in Kashgar for a week, trying to decide whether continuing makes any sense. You're down to 4 merchants now, the others having given up or died. Your trade goods have been depleted by the journey. Your capital is almost exhausted. And you still face the most difficult part of the trip, the crossing of the Pamirs and the Darim Basin, followed by the long journey across China to Beijing. But you've come this far. Turning back now means accepting total loss, returning to Venice bankrupted and defeated. So you make one final push, hiring a guide who claims to know the routes through the mountains, buying the few supplies available in Kashgar's depleted markets, and setting out for China with what remains of your caravan. The journey through the Pamirs and into China takes another 3 months. The routes are in terrible condition, the way stations abandoned, the political situation chaotic. You encounter evidence of recent warfare, destroyed villages, and burned caravanserais that suggest the violence accompanying the Yuan dynasty's decline. But somehow, against all odds, you make it. In late autumn of 1352, exhausted and depleted, you arrive in Beijing with what little remains of your trade goods and trading party. Of the 12 merchants, who left Kaffa with you, only 3 have survived the journey. Of the 40 camels and 30 horses you started with, fewer than a dozen animals remain. The journey that used to take 6 months has taken nearly 8, and the costs have been astronomical. Beijing is functioning better than you expected, though it too shows signs of plague damage and political instability. The Chinese markets are actually hungry for European goods, just as the rumors suggested. You're able to sell your remaining woolens and coral at prices that are high enough to turn a profit, despite all the losses along the way. For a brief moment, you feel vindicated. You made the right choice. You took the risk and it paid off. You'll be able to return to Venice not just solvent, but actually wealthy, having succeeded where others failed. But that euphoria fades quickly when you start planning the return journey. The information you gather from merchants in Beijing makes clear that conditions along the Silk Road continue to deteriorate. Several routes have become completely impassable. The political situation in Central Asia is worsening. The plague continues to spread, making travel ever more dangerous. You spend 3 months in Beijing, trading and gathering information, and slowly you realize the truth. You're not going to make a return journey via the Silk Road. It's too dangerous, too unreliable, perhaps actually impossible now. Merchants who attempted the westward journey recently have either died or turned back. The routes that brought you here are closing behind you. Instead, you'll have to return via sea routes, booking passage on ships heading to Southeast Asia, and then to India, and eventually to the Mediterranean through the Indian Ocean trade networks. It's a longer journey, more expensive, and potentially more dangerous given the plague spread through maritime trade. But it's the only viable option. Before you leave Beijing, you visit with some Chinese merchants who trade with Mongolia and Central Asia. They confirm what you've been dreading. The Silk Road is dying. Trade volumes have collapsed to almost nothing. The routes are too dangerous for regular commerce. The political fragmentation and plague disruption have destroyed the conditions that made overland trade viable. This is the end, one merchant tells you bluntly. Not temporary disruption, but permanent closure. The routes might reopen someday, but not in our lifetimes, probably not in our grandchildren's lifetimes. The age of the Silk Road is over. You want to argue, to insist that trade will recover, that the routes are too important to stay closed. But you can't. You've seen the evidence firsthand. The abandoned caravanserais, the destroyed infrastructure, the depopulated cities, the political chaos. The system that made Silk Road trade possible has been broken beyond repair. Your return journey by sea takes nearly a year, island hopping through Southeast Asia, crossing the Indian Ocean to India, then traveling through Persia to reach Mediterranean ports. It's a different kind of trading network, maritime rather than overland, with its own rhythms and requirements and challenges. You make it back to Venice in late 1354, 2.5 years after you left Kaffa. You've succeeded in your immediate objective, sold your goods profitably, avoided bankruptcy, even made some money. But you know that this was your last Silk Road journey, that the profession you devoted your adult life to no longer exists. The overland routes connecting Europe to China are closed, and they won't reopen in your lifetime. When you tell people in Venice about your journey, about the abandoned cities and closed routes and dying trade, some believe you and some don't. Those who've been following the reports from the East understand that something catastrophic has happened to the trade networks. Others insist that things will recover, that temporary disruptions are being exaggerated, that the Silk Road is too important to really die. But you know better. You've seen the ruins. You've walked through the abandoned caravanserais and depopulated cities. You've witnessed the end of a 1,000-year-old system of trade and cultural exchange. The Silk Road is dying, and nothing will bring it back. 50 years have passed, and you're an old woman sitting in Samarkand, watching the sunset paint the city's blue domes in shades of orange and gold. Your name is Aisha. You were born in 1345 during the worst of the plague years, and you've lived your entire life in the aftermath of the catastrophe that destroyed the Silk Road. You never knew the world as it was before. The stories of great caravans connecting China to Europe, of markets filled with goods from across the world, of cosmopolitan cities bustling with merchants speaking a dozen languages. These are just stories, to you, tales your parents and grandparents told about a past that seems as remote and legendary as ancient empires. The Samarkand you know is smaller, poorer, more isolated than the city of your parents' youth. The population has stabilized at maybe a third of its pre-plague levels. The market served local needs rather than long-distance trade. The caravanserais that once housed traveling merchants are now used as warehouses or housing, or have been abandoned completely. Your father was a caravanserai owner, a man who invested everything in a business that collapsed just as he was reaching his prime earning years. He spent his life trying to adapt, converting his caravanserai into a combination warehouse, and in serving local trade, making ends meet but never recovering the prosperity he expected to inherit. He told you stories about the Silk Road's glory days, stories his father told him about the endless stream of caravans, the wealth flowing through Samarkand, the connection to distant lands. But those stories always sounded like fairy tales to you, descriptions of a magical world that never really existed. Except the evidence of that world is all around you, if you know how to look. The massive caravanserais built to accommodate hundreds of travelers, now mostly empty. The elaborate hydraulic systems designed to support a much larger population. The warehouses sized for volumes of trade that no longer exist. The physical infrastructure of the Silk Road remains, slowly decaying, a monument to a more connected past. You work as a teacher, one of the few literate women in Samarkand, teaching children to read and write and calculate. It's respectable work, necessary work, but the scope of education has narrowed dramatically from what it was before the plague. The madrasas that used to teach multiple languages and cover diverse intellectual traditions have mostly closed or contracted into smaller institutions with limited curricula. You teach in Persian because that's the dominant language of Samarkand. Some of your students' parents speak Turkic languages at home, others speak Arabic, but education has become monolingual in a way it wasn't when the Silk Road was functioning and multilingualism was an economic necessity. The cosmopolitan linguistic diversity that characterized the trading cities has been replaced by linguistic homogeneity. The children you teach have no conception of the wider world. They know Samarkand and maybe a few nearby cities that can be reached by local trade routes. But China, Europe, India, these are just names to them. Distant places that might as well be fictional. The mental map that connected people along the Silk Road to a world stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific has contracted to a small region of Central Asia. You've tried to teach them about the Silk Road, to explain what the world was like when trade connected different civilizations. But you can tell that they don't really believe it. The idea that merchants regularly traveled from China to Europe, that goods and ideas flowed freely across thousands of miles, that their city was once a crucial node in a network spanning 3 continents. It seems too fantastic to be true. Part of the problem is that the evidence for the Silk Road's existence is disappearing. The physical infrastructure is decaying. The written records are being lost as libraries close and manuscripts deteriorate. The elderly people who remember the old days are dying, taking their memories with them. Within another generation, the Silk Road will be purely historical, something that can only be reconstructed from fragmentary evidence. You sometimes walk through the abandoned sections of Samarkand, areas that were heavily populated before the plague but have been allowed to return to emptiness. Buildings have collapsed. Streets are overgrown. The city has contracted to a more sustainable size, leaving behind ghost neighborhoods that testify to a more populous past. One of your favorite walks takes you past the old Genoese trading quarter, where Italian merchants once maintained warehouses and offices. The buildings are distinctive, built in a style different from the local architecture, with features that reflect their Mediterranean origins. They're empty now, slowly falling apart, home only to birds and small animals. You try to imagine what this quarter was like when it was active, full of Italian merchants conducting business in Latin and Italian, connecting Samarkand to the distant Mediterranean world. But you can't really picture it. The cultural distance is too great, the connections too thoroughly severed. The library where you sometimes research teaching materials has been consolidated several times since the plague, contracting from multiple institutions into one small facility. The collection is maybe a tenth of what existed before, the rest lost to decay or destruction or simply abandonment when there were no longer scholars to maintain them. The librarian, a man named Hassan who's about your age, shares your interest in the Silk Road era. He's been trying to preserve what records remain, creating a catalog of surviving manuscripts, copying deteriorating texts before they become completely unreadable. but it's a losing battle fought with inadequate resources. Future scholars will curse us, Hassan tells you, echoing words that earlier librarians said, but that neither of you know about. They'll wonder how we could have let so much knowledge be destroyed. But they won't understand that we're doing the best we can with impossible choices. You've been helping Hassan with his preservation work, using your literacy skills to copy manuscripts that are deteriorating. It's slow, painstaking work, and you can only save a tiny fraction of what deserves to be preserved. But even that tiny fraction feels meaningful, feels like you're doing something to maintain connection to the past. One manuscript you've been copying is a merchant's handbook from the 1330s, describing routes and trading practices for the Silk Road trade. It's full of practical details that are no longer relevant, which caravanserais to use, which local rulers to bribe, which goods are in demand in which markets. But it's also a window into a lost world, evidence of how sophisticated and well-organized the trade was. Reading this handbook, you're struck by how much knowledge was required to be a successful Silk Road merchant. You had to know multiple languages, understand different legal and commercial systems, be able to assess quality of diverse goods, navigate complex political situations, manage logistics across vast distances. It was a profession that required years of training and experience, and all that accumulated expertise is now being lost. The few elderly merchants who remember the Silk Road days are dying off. You've interviewed several of them for a project Hassan suggested, trying to record their memories before they're gone. Their stories are remarkably consistent. All of them describe a world that was more connected, more prosperous, more cosmopolitan than the world you know. One old merchant, a man named Rashid who traded between Samarkand and India in his youth, breaks down crying when you interview him. The memories are too painful, the contrast with the present too stark. He describes markets that don't exist anymore, relationships with traders in distant cities who are surely dead, a whole way of life that has vanished so completely it might as well have been a dream. We thought it would last forever, Rashid tells you through tears. The trade routes, the prosperity, the connections between different parts of the world. We thought it was permanent, that each generation would build on what the previous one created. We never imagined it could all collapse so quickly, so completely. His grief is shared by his generation, the last people who remember what was lost. But your generation doesn't grieve the Silk Road's death, because we never knew it alive. We've only known the diminished, isolated world that emerged from the plague, and we've adapted to it because we had no choice. The economic consequences of the Silk Road's closure have been profound and permanent. Goods that used to be traded regularly, Chinese silk, Indian spices, European woolens, are now rare luxuries available only to the very wealthy. The ordinary people who might have been able to afford small amounts of these goods before the plague have no access to them now. Technologies and techniques that spread along the Silk Road have stopped spreading. You've heard that Chinese innovations in printing and gunpowder and various manufacturing techniques aren't reaching the West anymore. European developments in mechanical engineering and navigation are reaching the East. The bidirectional flow of technological knowledge that made both civilizations more sophisticated has ceased. Cultural and religious exchange has stopped as well. Buddhist monks used to travel from India to China and back, establishing monasteries and translating texts along the way. Muslim scholars move freely between the Middle East, Central Asia, and sometimes as far as China. Christian missionaries ventured east seeking converts. All of this has ended. The religions and cultures are becoming more isolated from each other, more separate. The cosmopolitan intellectual culture that emerged from Silk Road trade is dying too. Scholars who could read multiple languages, who drew on different philosophical and scientific traditions, who synthesized knowledge from diverse sources, these are becoming rare. The next generation of scholars will be more provincial, more limited to single traditions, less capable of the kind of cross-cultural synthesis that characterized the Silk Road era. You think about this sometimes, teaching your students, aware that you're giving them a more limited education than your parents' generation received. You teach them one language, one tradition, one small corner of human knowledge. The broader education that was possible when Samarkand was connected to the wider world is no longer available. But you also try to give them something valuable, an awareness that the world is larger than what they can see, that other civilizations exist even if they're no longer accessible, that human knowledge and achievement extends beyond their immediate experience. You tell them stories about the Silk Road, describe what the world was like when trade connected different peoples, hope that some of them will remember and pass these stories on to their own children. The Silk Road may be dead, but its memory can be preserved, and perhaps that memory will inspire future generations to rebuild connections that have been severed. One day you take your students on a field trip to one of the abandoned caravanserais, showing them the massive structure that once housed traveling merchants. The courtyard is overgrown with weeds. The fountain in the center is dry and crumbling. The rooms where merchants once slept and stored their goods are empty shells. You try to help your students imagine this place full of life, full of camels and horses and merchants from distant lands speaking various languages. But you can see in their faces that they can't really picture it. The decay is too complete, the contrast with the present too stark. To them, this is just a ruin, a puzzling remnant of a past they can't comprehend. "Why don't we use this place anymore?" one student asks. "Because there are no more merchants traveling long distances," you explain. "The trade routes are closed. The caravans don't come anymore. Why don't we reopen them?" Another student asks with the innocent logic of childhood. How do you explain the complexity of what was lost? How do you make a child understand that reopening the Silk Road would require political stability across thousands of miles, economic prosperity in dozens of cities, security infrastructure that no longer exists, commercial networks that have been destroyed, specialized knowledge that has been lost. It's not that simple, you say finally. The Silk Road required many things to work together. Safe roads, reliable way stations, political agreements, merchants willing to travel, goods worth trading. All of those things are gone now. We can't just decide to reopen the routes. The whole system would need to be rebuilt from scratch. The students accept this explanation the way children accept adult explanations for things they don't fully understand. You continue the tour, pointing out architectural features, explaining how the caravanserai functioned, trying to bring the past alive through description even though the physical evidence is crumbling. As you're leaving, you notice Hassan has joined the group, bringing a manuscript he wants to show the students. It's an illustrated text describing the Silk Road, with pictures of caravans and cities, and the diverse peoples who lived along the routes. The students crowd around, fascinated by the illustrations, asking questions faster than you and Hassan can answer them. For a moment, the Silk Road comes alive in their imaginations, becomes real rather than just another boring history lesson. Can we go there? One child asks, pointing to a picture of Beijing. No, you say gently. Those routes are closed now. The cities still exist, but we can't reach them anymore. The child looks disappointed, and you feel a pang of grief, not for yourself, but for this generation that will grow up in a smaller, more isolated world than their ancestors knew. They'll never experience the diversity and connection that the Silk Road made possible. They'll never know what it was like when Samarkand was a crucial node in a network connecting 3 continents. The sun is setting as you walk back to the city center with Hassan, the students running ahead of you. The blue domes of Samarkand's mosques glow in the evening light, beautiful and melancholy monuments to a prosperity that no longer exists. Do you think it will ever come back? Hassan asks. The Silk Road, the trade, the connections? You consider the question carefully before answering. Maybe, you say finally, but not in any form we would recognize. Too much has been lost, too much knowledge forgotten. If trade between East and West resumes, it will be different traders using different routes, building new systems rather than restoring old ones. So everything we're trying to preserve, the manuscripts, the memories, the knowledge, it's all futile? No, you say firmly. It matters that someone remembers. It matters that we don't let the past be completely forgotten. Future generations might need to know how the Silk Road worked, what made it possible, why it ended. We're preserving that knowledge for them, even if they never use it the way we imagine. You walk in silence for a while, each of you absorbed in your own thoughts about the past and the future, about what has been lost and what might someday be recovered. The evening call to prayer echoes across the city, and you pause to listen, a sound that has endured through the catastrophe, a reminder that some things persist even when empires fall and trade routes close. Life continues, takes new forms, adapts to changed circumstances. Samarkand will survive, even diminished. Central Asia will endure, even isolated. Humanity will persist, even if the particular forms of connection and exchange that the Silk Road represented are gone. You and Hassan part ways at the city center, each heading to your own homes. You walk through familiar streets as darkness settles, past buildings that have stood for centuries, and will stand for centuries more, physical evidence of a civilization that survives even in diminished form. At home, you light a lamp and sit down with your own papers, notes from interviews with elderly merchants, copies of manuscripts you're preserving, lesson plans for your students. It's modest work, unglamorous, unlikely to be remembered by history. But it feels important nonetheless, feels like you're doing something to maintain connection to the past and preserve knowledge for the future. The Silk Road is dead, you think as you work. But its memory lives on in the stories people tell, in the manuscripts that survive, in the ruins that dot the landscape, in the awareness that the world was once more connected than it is now. And perhaps that memory will inspire future generations to rebuild connections in their own ways, to create new networks of trade and cultural exchange, to discover for themselves what was lost when the ancient routes fell silent. Outside your window, Samarkand sleeps under a canopy of stars, the same stars that guided merchants across deserts and mountains for 1,000 years. The routes may be closed, the caravans may have vanished, but the stars remain, eternal and indifferent, still marking paths that nobody follows anymore. You blow out your lamp and lie down to sleep, carrying with you the weight of history, the responsibility of memory, the quiet determination to preserve what little can be preserved from the ruins of a more connected past. Tomorrow you'll wake and teach your students and copy manuscripts and continue the work of remembrance, because that's all you can do, all anyone can do in the face of profound and irreversible loss. The Silk Road is dead, but you will remember it. And through your remembering, through your teaching, through your preservation of knowledge, perhaps some fragment of what was lost will survive into a future you'll never see, carried forward by generations who will barely understand the world you're trying to preserve for them. The silence has settled over the ancient routes, complete and final. But in that silence, if you listen carefully, you can still hear the echoes, camel bells ringing across empty deserts, merchants haggling in dead languages, the whisper of silk sliding through vanished hands. The Silk Road is dead, but its ghost will haunt these landscapes forever, a reminder of connection lost and the price civilizations pay when their networks fail. And so you rest, in this diminished city, in this isolated world, carrying memories of a past you never knew and dreams of a future you'll never see, living in the long shadow cast by the greatest trade route humanity had ever known, trying to remember what was lost so that someday, somehow, it might be found again. You're standing in what remains of the Great Bazaar of Bokhara, and you're trying to explain to your grandson what this place used to mean. The year is 1395. And you're 70 years old, which makes you one of the last living people who can remember the Silk Road before it died. Your name is Omar, and you were a translator in your youth, one of those rare individuals who could speak Persian, Arabic, Turkic, and Chinese, serving as a bridge between merchants who couldn't communicate directly. Your grandson, Jalal, is 15 years old and restless with the impatience of youth. He's humoring you by listening to your stories, but you can tell he doesn't really believe them. The world you describe, caravans arriving weekly from China, markets overflowing with goods from 3 continents, fortunes made and lost in a single trading season, sounds like fantasy to him. There, you say, pointing to a section of the bazaar that's now mostly empty stalls. That's where the Chinese silk merchants used to set up. They would have rolls of silk in every color imaginable, fabric so fine you could pull an entire bolt through a finger ring. The merchants would drape samples over their stalls, and in the afternoon light, it looked like rainbows had fallen to earth. Jalal squints at the empty stalls, trying to imagine them full of silk. Why don't the Chinese merchants come anymore? He asks, a question you've answered a dozen times, but that he keeps asking, as if the answer might change. Because the routes are closed, you say again, hearing the weariness in your own voice. The plague killed too many people. The Mongol Empire collapsed. The security that made travel safe disappeared. And gradually, over years, the merchants stopped coming because the journey became too dangerous and the markets too unpredictable. But couldn't someone just go to China and bring back silk? Jalal asks with youthful optimism. If there's demand here and supply there, why doesn't someone fill the gap? You wish the answer were simple. You wish you could tell him that yes, someone could just make the journey and restore the trade. But the reality is far more complicated. It's not just about one merchant making one journey, you explain, trying to be patient. The Silk Road was a system, hundreds of merchants, thousands of caravanserais, countless local rulers who had to be negotiated with, guides who knew the routes, interpreters like I used to be, financiers who provided credit, insurers who covered losses. That whole system has collapsed. One person can't rebuild it alone. Jalal nods, but you're not sure he truly understands. How could he? He's never known anything except this diminished world of limited trade and local markets. The cosmopolitan, interconnected world of your youth is as foreign to him as life on the moon. You continue walking through the bazaar, pointing out other sections that used to host merchants from various regions. The Indian spice dealers who sold pepper and cinnamon and cardamom. The Russian fur traders from the north. The Arabian merchants with frankincense and myrrh. The Persian carpet sellers. Each section now either empty or occupied by local merchants selling local goods at local prices. The bazaar itself is still impressive in its physical structure, vaulted ceilings, elaborate tile work, an architectural masterpiece that took decades to build. But it was designed for a volume of trade that no longer exists. Walking through it now feels like touring a cathedral after the congregation has left, a monument to faith in something that no longer commands belief. You stop at a tea house that has managed to survive, one of the few commercial establishments still operating in this section of the bazaar. The owner, a man named Rashid who is about your age, greets you warmly and brings tea without being asked. You've been coming here for 50 years, and Rashid has been serving you for most of that time. Still giving the boy history lessons? Rashid asks with a gentle smile, settling down at your table. Someone has to, you reply. If we don't tell them what the world was like, they'll never know. But do they need to know? Rashid asks, not argumentatively but genuinely curious. Maybe it's easier for them if they don't understand what was lost. Maybe ignorance is a mercy. It's a question you've wrestled with yourself. Is there value in making the younger generation aware of a past they can never recover? Does it help them to know that their world is diminished compared to what came before? Or does that knowledge just make them dissatisfied with what they have? They need to know because someone has to remember. You say finally. If we forget completely, if the memory of connection is lost entirely, then we lose even the possibility of rebuilding it someday. Memory is a kind of hope, evidence that things can be different than they are. Jalal, who has been listening quietly, speaks up. But grandfather, you always say the Silk Road can't be rebuilt. So what difference does remembering make? Out of the mouths of children, you think. He's caught you in the contradiction at the heart of your project, preserving memory of something you believe is permanently lost. I said it can't be rebuilt in its old form. You clarify. But maybe someday, when conditions change, when the world becomes more stable and prosperous, new connections might be possible. Different routes, different methods, but serving the same purpose of linking distant civilizations. If that happens, if future generations try to rebuild trade between East and West, they'll need to know how it worked before. That's what we're preserving, not the specific routes and practices, but the knowledge that such connection is possible. It's the best answer you have, and you're not sure it's adequate. But it's what keeps you going, keeps you collecting stories and preserving memories, and boring your grandson with tales of a world he never knew. Rashid pours more tea, and the three of you sit in comfortable silence for a while, watching the few customers who trickle through this section of the bazaar. Most are locals buying necessities. Gone are the foreign merchants, the exotic goods, the sense of connection to a wider world. I remember my father telling me about the last caravan from China, Rashid says eventually. It was around 1350 or 51, not long before I took over this tea house. The merchants who came with that caravan knew it might be their last journey. They were old men mostly, the last generation of traders who still believed the routes could stay open. They sat in this tea house and drank tea and told stories about their trading careers, and you could tell they were saying goodbye. I translated for some of those merchants. You add, the memory suddenly vivid. There was a Chinese trader named Lu who had been making the journey for 40 years. He spoke some Persian, but we still needed interpretation for complex business discussions. He told me that his son had refused to learn the trade, had instead become a scholar, because he didn't believe there would be any long-distance trade in his generation. Lou was heartbroken about it, felt like his life's work was being rejected. Was the son right? Jalal asks. Yes, you admit. There hasn't been significant overland trade between China and the West for decades now. Lou's son made the right practical decision, but something was still lost when the knowledge of how to conduct that trade wasn't passed down. You finish your tea and stand to leave, your old bones protesting the movement. Jalal helps you up, and you're reminded of how dependent you've become on youth, how your role has shifted from active participant in the world to passive observer and rememberer. Walking back through the bazaar toward home, you pass a group of young merchants engaged in animated conversation about some local business deal. They're speaking only Persian, negotiating only with local partners, thinking only about local markets. The multilingual, far-ranging, cosmopolitan merchant culture of your youth is dead, replaced by something more limited and provincial. But they're adapting to the world they actually live in, you remind yourself. They're making rational choices given current conditions. You can't fault them for not mourning a past they never knew. Your house, when you reach it, is full of the accumulated detritus of a long life. Documents, manuscripts, maps, objects collected during your translating career. You've been trying to organize these materials, to create some kind of archive that might be useful to future scholars. But it's overwhelming, too much for one person to properly catalog and preserve. Jalal helps you sort through a box of commercial documents, letters of credit, and bills of lading and contracts from trading ventures decades past. The documents are written in multiple languages, reflecting the international character of Silk Road trade. To you, they're fascinating historical artifacts. To Jalal, they're just incomprehensible scribbles on deteriorating paper. Can you read these? He asks, holding up a contract written in Chinese. Some of it, you say, taking the document and squinting at the faded characters. My Chinese was never as good as my Persian or Arabic. But yes, I can make out the main terms. This is a partnership agreement between a Persian merchant and a Chinese silk supplier, dated 1338. They agreed to share profits on 3 trading ventures over 5 years. Did they complete the ventures? You turn the document over, looking for any notations that might indicate what happened. There's nothing. I don't know. Probably not. 1338 was right before the plague hit Central Asia. The partnership was likely disrupted, the merchants possibly dead before the agreement could be fulfilled. This is what most of your documents represent: interrupted plans, unfulfilled contracts, commercial relationships severed by catastrophe. They're a paper trail of abandonment, evidence of a trading system that was functioning 1 year and destroyed the next. You spend the evening with Jalal, going through more documents, telling stories prompted by whatever you find. A letter from a merchant in Samarkand to his partner in Beijing, complaining about delays, but expressing optimism about completing their venture. A manifest listing goods being shipped from India to Central Asia. A guide's notes describing the best routes through the Pamirs and different seasons. Each document is a fragment of a larger story, a glimpse into the intricate web of relationships and knowledge that made Silk Road trade possible. Individually, they're just scraps of paper. Collectively, they represent a civilization's accumulated expertise in connecting distant parts of the world. What will happen to all of this when you die? Jalal asks with the bluntness of youth. It's a question you've been avoiding, but it needs to be addressed. I'm hoping to donate it to a library or madrasa that will preserve it. But most institutions are struggling, don't have resources for maintaining historical archives. It might all just end up thrown away or sold as scrap paper. The thought is depressing. You've spent years collecting and preserving these materials, believing they have historical value. But if nobody wants them, if there's no institutional home for them, they'll be lost along with everything else from the Silk Road era. I could keep them, Jalal offers, though without much enthusiasm. Continue what you started. You appreciate the offer but recognize it for what it is, a dutiful grandson trying to please his grandfather. Jalal doesn't really care about these documents, doesn't share your passion for preserving the past. He's just being polite. You don't have to. You tell him gently. This is my obsession, not yours. You should focus on your own life, your own interests. The past is dead, and it's not your responsibility to preserve it. But even as you say this, you feel a pang of despair. If the young don't care about remembering, if each generation simply accepts the diminished world they inherit without questioning what was lost, then the amnesia becomes complete. The Silk Road will be forgotten entirely, reduced to vague legends and confused stories, its reality lost to history. Later that night, after Jalal has gone to bed, you sit alone with your documents and maps, illuminated by lamplight, trying to imagine the future. What will scholars 100 years from now make of these materials, if they survive? Will they be able to reconstruct from these fragments what the Silk Road was like? Will they understand the scale and sophistication of the trading system? Or will they misinterpret, filling gaps with speculation, creating a fantasy version of the Silk Road that bears little resemblance to reality? Without people like you who remember the lived reality, without oral tradition to supplement the written record, future understanding will inevitably be partial and distorted. You unfold one of your maps, a document you created yourself in the 1350s, showing the main Silk Road routes and the major cities along them. You trace these routes from memory and from conversations with merchants, trying to create an accurate representation of the network as it existed before the collapse. Looking at the map now, you're struck by how vast the system was. The route stretched from the Mediterranean to the Pacific, crossing deserts and mountains, connecting dozens of major cities and hundreds of smaller towns. The infrastructure required to maintain these routes, the caravanserais, the way stations, the political agreements, the commercial networks, must have been staggering. And it was all destroyed in less than a decade. The plague and its aftermath demolished 1,000 years of accumulated infrastructure and knowledge with remarkable speed. The fragility of civilization has never been more apparent. You roll up the map carefully, knowing it's one of the few surviving documents that shows the full extent of the Silk Road network. Most maps were lost or destroyed, and the knowledge needed to create new ones is fading. Within another generation, it might be impossible to reconstruct the routes accurately. Sleep comes slowly that night, your mind full of memories and anxieties about preservation. You dream of caravans crossing endless deserts, of merchants haggling in markets that no longer exist, of yourself as a young man translating between languages that are becoming extinct. The dreams blur past and present, living memory and fading history, until you can't tell what's real and what's nostalgia distorting reality. You wake early, as old men do, and spend the morning hours at your desk, writing. You've been working for years on a memoir, a personal account of working as a translator on the Silk Road. It's slow going, memory is unreliable, details are uncertain, and you're not sure anyone will ever read it. But you keep writing anyway, driven by the need to record what you remember before it's lost forever. Today you're writing about the polyglot nature of the trading centers, trying to capture what it was like when Bokhara or Samarkand hosted merchants from a dozen different linguistic backgrounds. The challenge is making it vivid enough that readers who never experienced that diversity can understand what it meant, how it shaped daily life and commercial practice. You write, a merchant arriving in Bokhara during the trading season would hear Persian in the bazaars, Arabic in the mosques, Turkic in the surrounding countryside, Chinese among the silk traders, Mongolian from officials, Russian from fur traders, and Italian or Genoese from European merchants. This linguistic cacophony wasn't chaos. It was the sound of civilization at its most complex and connected. Interpreters, like myself, moved between these languages, serving as bridges that made communication and commerce possible. We were highly valued because we were rare, and we were rare because developing fluency in multiple languages required years of study and immersion. The polyglot character of Silk Road cities created a cosmopolitan culture unlike anything that existed elsewhere. You pause, rereading what you've written, wondering if it captures the reality or just romanticizes it. Memory is tricky. It smooths rough edges, emphasizes the dramatic, forgets the mundane. Were the Silk Road cities really as sophisticated and cosmopolitan as you remember? Or are you idealizing a past that was always more complicated and difficult than nostalgia admits? There's no way to know for certain. You're writing from memory, with no ability to fact-check against other sources. The other translators who could confirm or correct your account are mostly dead. You're one of the last witnesses, and your testimony, flawed as it may be, is all that will survive. Jalal appears mid-morning, interrupting your writing. He's been offered an apprenticeship with a local merchant, a man who trades within Central Asia but never ventures to the distant markets that you once connected. It's a practical opportunity, a chance to learn a viable trade in the world that actually exists rather than the world that once was. Should I take it? Jalal asks, seeking your guidance. Yes, you say without hesitation. It's good work, honest work, work that has a future. Don't let my nostalgia for the past prevent you from building a life in the present. He looks relieved, and you realize he was worried you'd be disappointed that he wasn't choosing to follow in your footsteps, wasn't dedicating himself to preserving the memory of the Silk Road. But you meant what you said. The past is dead, and the living need to focus on surviving in the world that actually exists. After Jalal leaves, you return to your memoir, but the writing feels hollow now. What's the point of recording all this history if the next generation doesn't care, if they're correctly focused on adapting to diminished circumstances rather than mourning what was lost? You set the memoir aside and instead begin drafting a different kind of document, a brief guide to the main Silk Road routes, stripped of personal reminiscence and focused on practical information. Even if nobody uses this information now, perhaps someday, if trade resumes, future merchants might find value in knowing which passes were easiest to cross, which oases had reliable water, which cities offered the best markets. It's a compromise between your desire to preserve everything and the recognition that future readers will have limited patience for an old man's memories. A practical guide might actually be used, might actually influence future behavior, while a personal memoir will probably just gather dust in some library. You work on the guide for several days, drawing on your knowledge and the documents you've accumulated. You describe each major route section by section, noting distances, terrain, seasonal conditions, political jurisdictions, commercial opportunities. It's dry, technical writing, nothing like the vivid storytelling of your memoir, but it might actually be useful. When the guide is complete, you make several copies, a laborious process done by hand since there's no printing infrastructure in Bokhara. You give one copy to the city's main library, another to a merchant friend who might find it interesting, a third to Jalal with instructions to preserve it even if he never needs to consult it. The remaining copies you keep for yourself, insurance against the loss of the others. If even one copy survives and is found by future merchants attempting to revive long-distance trade, your effort will have been worthwhile. Days turn into weeks, and you settle into the rhythm of old age, writing in the mornings when your mind is clearest, receiving occasional visitors in the afternoons, spending evenings with family. The urgency you once felt about preserving memories begins to fade, replaced by a more philosophical acceptance that what survives will survive, and what's lost will be lost. One afternoon, a young scholar arrives at your door, sent by the library where you donated one copy of your route guide. He's interested in the Silk Road, he says, wants to write a history of the trading system. Would you be willing to share your memories? You're surprised and pleased, finally. Someone young who cares about preserving this history. You invite him in, offer tea, begin telling stories about your translating career and the merchants you worked with, and the cities you knew when they were still connected to the wider world. The scholar, whose name is Ibrahim, takes careful notes, asking detailed questions, pushing you to be specific about dates and places and people. His methodology is impressive, his interest genuine. For several hours, you talk while he writes, excavating memories you haven't articulated in years. When he finally leaves, promising to return for more interviews, you feel a renewed sense of purpose. Someone cares. Someone thinks this history is worth recording. The project of remembrance might outlive you after all. Over the following weeks, Ibrahim returns regularly, each time with new questions, gradually building a comprehensive oral history of the Silk Road's final decades. He's particularly interested in the mechanics of trade, how merchants financed long-distance ventures, how goods were transported and protected, how interpreters, like you, facilitated communication, how disputes were resolved across cultural and linguistic boundaries. These aren't the romantic stories about exotic goods and distant cities. They're the unglamorous details of how the system actually functioned, the kind of practical knowledge that would be needed to reconstruct long-distance trade if it ever became possible again. "Why are you doing this?" you ask Ibrahim during one session. "You're young. You could focus on more practical things than documenting a dead trading system." Ibrahim considers the question carefully before answering. "Because I think understanding how the Silk Road functioned might help us understand why it collapsed. And understanding why it collapsed might help us prevent similar failures in the future. The trade routes didn't just disappear. They were destroyed by specific causes that might be preventable if we understand them clearly." It's a more sophisticated answer than you expected, showing that Ibrahim has thought deeply about the purpose of his project. He's not just collecting nostalgia. He's doing serious historical analysis with contemporary relevance. "What have you concluded so far?" you ask, curious about his emerging thesis. "That the Silk Road was fragile in ways that weren't obvious while it was functioning," Ibrahim says. "It depended on political stability across thousands of miles, economic prosperity in dozens of cities, security infrastructure that was expensive to maintain, specialized knowledge held by relatively few people. When any of these factors failed, the whole system was vulnerable. The plague was the trigger, but the underlying fragility was always there." You nod slowly, recognizing the truth in his analysis. "We took it for granted," you admit. "Assumed the routes would always be open, the caravans would always come, the connections would always exist. We built our entire economy and culture on those assumptions without realizing how contingent they were. That's what makes your memories valuable," Ibrahim says. You witness the transition from normal functioning to catastrophic collapse. You can describe what was taken for granted and what was lost. That's historical information that won't exist in any written record. The interviews continued through the spring and summer, gradually building a comprehensive picture of the Silk Road's final years. Ibrahim proves to be a skilled interviewer, knowing when to push for details and when to let you ramble, how to verify your memories against documentary evidence, how to distinguish reliable recollection from nostalgic distortion. By autumn, he's accumulated hundreds of pages of notes, enough material for a substantial historical work. He shows you some of his early drafts, and you're impressed by his balanced approach, acknowledging the Silk Road's achievements while also discussing its limitations and vulnerabilities. "When will you finish?" you ask, aware that your health is declining and hoping to see the completed work before you die. "Another year, maybe two," Ibrahim estimates. "I want to interview a few more elderly witnesses, consult more documentary sources, make sure I'm being as accurate as possible. I might not have 2 years," you say bluntly. Ibrahim looks uncomfortable, then nods. "I'll prioritize finishing. Your testimony is central to the whole project. It would be incomplete without ensuring you can review the final work." True to his word, Ibrahim accelerates his research, working long hours, conducting interviews more intensively. By the following spring, he has a complete draft that he brings to your house for review. You spend a week reading it, occasionally making notes where your memory differs from his account or where you think he's misinterpreted something. Overall, though, you're impressed. Ibrahim has written a fair and comprehensive history of the Silk Road's collapse, grounded in careful research but enlivened by the personal testimonies he collected. The most powerful section describes the process of abandonment, how the routes gradually fell silent, how cities contracted, how specialized knowledge was lost, how the memory of connection faded. Ibrahim uses your testimony and others to show that the collapse wasn't sudden, but rather a slow bleeding out that took decades to complete. "This is good," you tell him when you've finished reading. "This is the history that needs to be written." Ibrahim looks relieved. "Will you write an introduction? A personal reflection on witnessing these changes?" You agree, and spend several days crafting an introduction that tries to capture both the grandeur of what was lost and the inevitability of the loss once conditions changed. You write about the traders you knew, the languages you spoke, the cities you loved, trying to make real for future readers what statistics and maps can only suggest. Your introduction ends with this passage: "I have spent my old age trying to preserve memory of a world that no longer exists. My grandson thinks I'm wasting my time, that the future lies in adapting to present circumstances rather than mourning past glories. Perhaps he's right, but I believe memory itself has value, that knowing what humans have achieved and lost teaches us something essential about our nature and our vulnerability. The Silk Road was humanity's boldest experiment in connection, in overcoming distance, and difference to create networks of exchange and understanding. That it failed, that it was destroyed by plague and political fragmentation, doesn't diminish the achievement. It shows us what's possible when conditions are right, and what's lost when those conditions fail. If this history preserves that knowledge, if future generations can learn from our success and our failure, then the effort of remembrance will have been worthwhile. Ibrahim includes your introduction in the final manuscript, and the work is copied and begins circulating among scholars and libraries across Central Asia. It won't be widely read. Historical scholarship rarely is, but it will survive, preserved in institutional collections, available to whoever might need it in the future. You die the following winter, at peace with having done what you could to preserve the memory of the Silk Road. Your collection of documents is donated to the library, your maps are copied and distributed, your route guide is filed away for future use. The physical evidence of your life's work survives, even if you don't. Jalal inherits your house, and the merchant apprenticeship you encouraged him to pursue proves successful. He becomes a local trader, respected in his community, living a good life in the diminished but stable world of post-Silk Road Central Asia. He keeps one copy of Ibrahim's history, along with some of your personal papers, more out of filial duty than interest. But he keeps them safe, and that's enough. The memory of the Silk Road persists, preserved in manuscripts and maps and oral traditions, a ghost that haunts the landscape. The abandoned caravanserais slowly crumble. The overgrown routes gradually disappear. But the knowledge of what once existed, maintained by people like you and scholars like Ibrahim, survives. And perhaps someday, centuries in the future, when conditions are right again, when humans need to reconnect across vast distances, someone will discover these preserved memories and learn from them. The Silk Road may be dead, but the dream of connection it represented will endure, waiting to be reborn in forms we cannot imagine. Epilogue: the echoes that remain. The year is 1800, and a British surveyor named William is standing in the ruins of a caravanserai somewhere in Central Asia, trying to understand what this massive structure was used for. The local population can't tell him much, just that it's very old, that it was built when the region was more prosperous, that their grandparents' grandparents might have known its purpose, but that knowledge has been lost. William sketches the ruins carefully, measuring dimensions, noting architectural features, trying to piece together from physical evidence what documentary sources can't tell him. The structure is enormous, clearly designed to accommodate large numbers of people and animals, built with a sophistication that suggests considerable resources and expertise. But why? Why would anyone build something this large in such a remote location? What economic or political conditions justified this investment? The mystery nags at William as he completes his survey and moves on to the next site. Over the following decades, as European interest in Central Asia grows, more ruins are discovered and catalogued. British, Russian, French, and German scholars begin piecing together evidence of an extensive ancient trade network that once connected Europe and China. They find abandoned cities in the desert, ruined way stations along mountain passes, architectural remains that suggest a lost prosperity. In libraries and private collections, they discover manuscripts, merchant handbooks, route guides, personal memoirs, like the one Omar wrote centuries earlier. These documents, preserved by chance or by the diligence of earlier scholars, provide glimpses into a trading system of remarkable sophistication and scale. One British scholar, reading Ibrahim's history of the Silk Road's collapse in a monastery library in Bokhara, is struck by the parallels to his own era. The 19th century has its own extensive trade networks, its own assumptions about eternal progress and permanent connection. What if those networks are equally fragile? What if modern trade routes are as vulnerable to catastrophic disruption as the ancient Silk Road proved to be? These are uncomfortable questions that most prefer not to contemplate. Progress seems inevitable. Technology appears to make trade ever more secure, and the idea that current prosperity might be temporary feels absurd. But the ruins scattered across Central Asia stand as silent testimony that great systems can and do collapse, that what seems permanent can vanish, that the infrastructure of connection requires constant maintenance and favorable conditions to survive. The Silk Road itself begins to be romanticized, transformed from a complex historical reality into a symbol of cultural exchange and global connection. Poets write about it, painters depict idealized caravans. Politicians invoke it as a model for international cooperation. The messy, difficult, often brutal reality of medieval long-distance trade is forgotten, replaced by an idealized vision that serves contemporary purposes. But occasionally, a careful scholar reads the actual historical sources, the documents preserved by people like Omar and Fatima, the histories written by people like Ibrahim, and glimpses the truth. The Silk Road was real. It functioned. It connected civilizations across thousands of miles for centuries. And then it died, destroyed by factors its participants couldn't control and couldn't fully understand. That knowledge, transmitted across centuries by the careful work of memory keepers, remains relevant, because trade networks still connect distant places. Political systems still enable or prevent exchange. Plagues still emerge and spread. And the fragility of complex systems remains a constant in human affairs, whether in the 14th century or the 21st. The caravanserais continue to crumble, returning slowly to the earth they were built from. The routes continue to be obscured, buried under sand or overgrown by vegetation. The cities that once thrived on Silk Road trade have mostly adapted to other economic foundations or faded into obscurity. But the memory persists, preserved in manuscripts that survived against all odds, in ruins that testify to a vanished prosperity, in the determined efforts of people who believed that remembering was important even when the past was irrevocably lost. the Silk Road is gone. It died in the middle decades of the 14th century, killed by plague and political collapse, and the breakdown of the conditions that made long-distance overland trade viable. It didn't recover. Despite occasional attempts to revive the routes, despite persistent romantic fascination with the idea of the Silk Road, the reality never returned. But its ghost remains, haunting the landscapes it once connected, preserved in the memories that people like Omar and Fatima and Ibrahim worked to maintain. And in that ghost, in that preserved memory, lies a lesson about connection and fragility, about what humans can achieve and what they can lose, about the price of taking prosperity for granted. The silence that settled over the Silk Road in the years after 1350 was complete and final. The camel bells stopped ringing. The merchants stopped traveling. The interpreters found other work or died with their knowledge untransmitted. The cosmopolitan culture that flourished along the routes contracted into isolated pockets that gradually forgot they were ever part of something larger. But we remember. Across centuries, across the gulf that separates the medieval world from our own, we remember. We remember because people cared enough to preserve the memory, believed enough in its value to do the unglamorous work of documentation and preservation, understood that bearing witness to the past was a responsibility worth accepting. The Silk Road died, but its memory lives. And that memory reminds us, across the centuries, that nothing is permanent, that connection requires constant maintenance, that the networks we build can be destroyed, that what seems eternal can vanish, and that remembering what was lost is itself an act of hope for what might someday be recovered. The last caravan departed. The last merchants returned home. The last interpreters fell silent. The last cities along the routes contracted into shadows of their former selves. And gradually, over decades that turned into centuries, the Silk Road became history, became memory, became legend. But even legends serve a purpose. Even memories of dead civilizations teach us something. Even ruins testify to human achievement and human vulnerability. The Silk Road is gone, but its ghost will haunt us forever, reminding us that connection is precious, that prosperity is fragile, and that the networks we build require our constant care if they are to survive. The silence settled over the ancient routes, complete and final. But in that silence, if you listen carefully, you can still hear the echoes. Camel bells ringing across empty deserts, merchants haggling in dead languages, interpreters bridging cultures that no longer meet, the whisper of silk sliding through vanished hands, the dream of connection that once made the impossible journey from the Mediterranean to the Pacific seem merely difficult rather than unthinkable. And perhaps, in some distant future, when we build new networks to connect our divided world, we'll remember the Silk Road and learn from its success and its failure. We'll remember that connection is achievable but fragile, that prosperity depends on conditions we cannot take for granted, that the infrastructure of exchange requires vigilance and maintenance and favorable circumstances to survive. The Silk Road is dead. Long live the memory of the Silk Road, and the dream of connection it represents, waiting to be reborn. The year is 1906, and a Hungarian-British archaeologist named Aurel Stein is standing in the ruins of a desert watchtower along what was once the Silk Road, holding a fragment of paper that will change how we understand the ancient trade routes. The paper is over 500 years old, miraculously preserved by the desert's dry climate, and it contains a merchant's accounting records written in Persian, receipts for goods, names of trading partners, calculations of profit and loss. Stein has been excavating sites along the ancient Silk Road for years now, part of what historians will later call the Great Game, the competition between European powers to explore and claim influence in Central Asia. But his motivations are more scholarly than political. He wants to understand how this ancient trade network actually functioned, and the documentary evidence he's finding is far more valuable than the treasures he occasionally uncovers. In a cave sealed by sand near Dunhuang, Stein discovers what will become known as the Library Cave. Thousands of manuscripts dating from the 5th to 11th centuries, including Buddhist texts, commercial documents, official correspondence, and personal letters. It's an archaeological treasure trove, a time capsule that preserved documents from the Silk Road's functioning period that survived nowhere else. Among these manuscripts is a copy of a route guide that traces its lineage back to the one Omar created in the 14th century, though Stein doesn't know that. The guide has been copied and recopied over generations, with later scribes adding updates and corrections based on their own knowledge, creating a palimpsest of historical information about the routes and how they changed over time. Another European explorer, a German named Albert von Lecoq, is excavating sites in the Darim Basin, uncovering frescoes that show merchants from different cultures trading together, physical evidence of the cosmopolitan character that written sources describe. The frescoes show Chinese officials, Persian merchants, Indian monks, Turkic traders, all interacting in spaces that no longer exist except as ruins. These archaeological expeditions of the early 20th century marked the rediscovery of the Silk Road as a historical phenomenon. For centuries, it had been largely forgotten in Europe, reduced to vague legends about Marco Polo and confused ideas about ancient trade. But now, through systematic excavation and scholarly analysis, the reality of the Silk Road is being reconstructed. The irony is not lost on the more thoughtful archaeologists. They're excavating these sites just as new trade networks are beginning to connect Europe and Asia. The Trans-Siberian Railway, completed in 1904, creates a new overland route between West and East. Steamships are making maritime trade faster and more reliable. Telegraph lines are enabling instant communication across vast distances. A new age of connection is dawning, one that will eventually dwarf the Silk Road in volume and speed of trade. But these new networks are built on different technologies, different political foundations, different economic principles. They're not continuations of the Silk Road, but rather parallel developments that serve similar purposes in radically different ways. Stein writes in his field journal one evening, sitting in a tent in the Taklamakan Desert, "The romance of the Silk Road lies not just in what was achieved, but in how completely it was lost and forgotten. Entire cities buried by sand, languages extinct, knowledge vanished, yet the physical evidence remains, waiting to be read by those willing to do the patient work of excavation and analysis. What we're recovering is not just ancient history, but a reminder of civilization's fragility. The manuscript fragments, the ruined buildings, the abandoned cities, all tell the same story that Omar and Fatima tried to preserve through their writing. The Silk Road was real, it was sophisticated, it connected distant civilizations, and then it died so completely that even the memory of its functioning was nearly lost. As the 20th century progresses, scholarly understanding of the Silk Road deepens. Universities establish Central Asian Studies programs. Museums mount exhibitions of artifacts recovered from the desert. Academic journals publish papers analyzing commercial documents and trade patterns. The Silk Road becomes a legitimate field of historical inquiry rather than just romantic legend. But something is lost in this academic reconstruction. The lived experience that Omar tried to capture in his memoir, the human dimension of multilingual merchants and cosmopolitan cities, the daily reality of long-distance trade, these are harder to recover from fragmentary evidence. We can reconstruct what goods were traded and which routes were used, but we struggle to understand what it felt like to live in that world. A French sinologist named Paul Pelliot, reading Omar's memoir in a library in Bokhara in 1908, is struck by how different the merchant's personal account is from the academic reconstructions. Omar writes about fear and hope, about the anxiety of trusting strangers in foreign cities, about the satisfaction of successfully completing a dangerous journey, about the grief of watching a way of life disappear. These emotional dimensions rarely appear in archaeological reports or academic papers. They're considered too subjective, too unreliable, too unscientific. But Pelliot understands that they're essential to really comprehending what the Silk Road meant to the people who depended on it. He begins collecting these personal narratives wherever he can find them. Memoirs like Omar's, personal letters, biographical fragments preserved in unexpected places. They're rare, because most people along the Silk Road were illiterate and their stories died with them. But the few that survived offer invaluable insights into the human experience of long-distance trade. One letter Pelliot discovers, written by a merchant's wife in Samarkand to her husband traveling in China, pleads with him to return home, warning that the routes are becoming too dangerous, that the plague is spreading, that she fears for his safety. The letter was never sent. Perhaps the husband never returned. Perhaps the wife herself died before she could send it. But it survives, a poignant fragment of interrupted communication. These personal documents complicate the narrative of the Silk Road's decline. The academic reconstruction tends toward abstraction. Trade volumes declined, routes became insecure, political fragmentation increased. But the personal accounts show human beings struggling to understand what was happening to their world, making difficult choices with incomplete information, grieving for losses they couldn't prevent. By the 1920s and 30s, a substantial body of scholarly work on the Silk Road has accumulated. Archaeologists have mapped the routes and excavated major sites. Linguists have deciphered documents in extinct languages. Historians have pieced together the political and economic context. Art historians have analyzed the cultural exchanges reflected in surviving artwork. But this scholarly activity takes place against the backdrop of global upheaval. World War I has disrupted European civilization. The Russian Revolution has transformed Central Asia. Colonial powers are beginning to lose their grip on Asian territories. The very concept of stable international trade networks is being questioned as nationalism and protectionism surge. Some scholars see parallels between the Silk Road's collapse and contemporary fragility. The intricate web of international trade and finance that characterized the pre-World War I era, often called the first globalization, has been severely damaged. Will it recover, or is this another case of a complex system collapsing under stresses its architects didn't foresee? A British historian named Arnold Toynbee, studying the Silk Road's decline, writes in 1934, "The lesson of the Silk Road is that complex systems of international exchange are achievements, not inevitabilities. They require active maintenance, favorable political conditions, and a degree of security that cannot be taken for granted. The 14th century plague didn't just kill millions, it destroyed the conditions that made long-distance trade viable, and those conditions took centuries to rebuild, if they ever truly were rebuilt." Toynbee's analysis is prescient, but largely ignored. The 1930s are consumed by more immediate concerns: economic depression, rising totalitarianism, the march toward another world war. Scholarly interest in the medieval Silk Road seems like an indulgence when contemporary civilization appears to be collapsing. World War II disrupts archaeological work in Central Asia entirely. The Soviet Union closes off much of the region to Western scholars. China descends into civil war, and then Maoist revolution. For several decades, systematic research on the Silk Road largely ceases. But interest revives in the 1980s and 90s as political conditions improve. Chinese scholars begin publishing their own research, adding local perspectives to the Western-dominated narrative. Central Asian republics, gaining independence from the Soviet Union, promote study of their own histories. International collaborative projects bring together scholars from different traditions and perspectives. A new generation of historians, using improved archaeological techniques and more sophisticated analytical methods, deepens our understanding of how the Silk Road actually functioned. They discover that the network was even more complex than earlier scholars realized. Not a single route, but a constantly shifting network of alternative paths, not controlled by any single empire, but rather emerging from countless individual decisions by merchants and traders. They also discover evidence of the Silk Road's resilience. Trade didn't stop entirely after the Black Death. It contracted dramatically, became much more limited and local, lost its transcontinental character. But some exchange continued. Some routes remained partially functional. Some specialized goods still moved between east and west via circuitous paths. What died wasn't trade itself, but the integrated system that made regular, predictable, large-scale commerce possible across the full distance from China to Europe. That system, with its infrastructure and specialized knowledge and commercial networks, was destroyed and never recovered in its original form. A Chinese archaeologist named Yang Shi, excavating a caravan site in Xinjiang in 1995, finds evidence of this attenuated post-plague trade. The site dates from the late 14th century and contains goods from both east and west, but in much smaller quantities than earlier sites. The caravanserai associated with this site could accommodate maybe 20 camels, compared to the earlier structures that could handle hundreds. What we're seeing is the Silk Road in its death throes, Yang writes in his site report. Trade continues, but it's marginal, opportunistic, lacking the regular rhythms and large volumes that characterize the network's height. The infrastructure has decayed to the point where only the most determined traders continue, and they're moving much smaller quantities of goods than their predecessors did. By the early 21st century, the scholarly consensus on the Silk Road is well established. It was a real and sophisticated trading network that flourished under specific political and economic conditions, reached its peak during the Mongol-dominated 13th and early 14th centuries, and then collapsed catastrophically due to plague and political fragmentation in the mid-14th century. Attempts to revive it failed, and the network remained closed for centuries until new technologies and political arrangements made different forms of east-west trade possible. But even as this scholarly narrative solidifies, the Silk Road takes on new significance as a political and cultural symbol. In 2013, Chinese President Xi Jinping announces the Belt and Road Initiative, explicitly invoking the Silk Road as a model for new infrastructure investments connecting China to Europe and beyond. This modern invocation of the Silk Road is more metaphorical than historical. The Belt and Road Initiative involves technologies and economic relationships that would be unrecognizable to medieval merchants. But the symbolic power of the Silk Road, representing connection, mutual benefit, cultural exchange, proves too attractive to resist. Historians who have spent careers studying the actual Silk Road watch this modern appropriation with mixed feelings. On one hand, it brings attention and funding to their field. On the other hand, the political Silk Road of speeches and development plans bears little resemblance to the historical reality they've documented. A Uzbek historian named Shavkat, descended from merchants who once traded along the Silk Road, writes in 2015. The modern indication of the Silk Road romanticizes what was always a difficult, dangerous, often brutal reality. Medieval merchants didn't travel from China to Europe for cultural exchange. They traveled for profit, accepting enormous risks because the potential rewards justified them. The routes weren't symbols of international cooperation, but rather paths that merchants used to spike political obstacles and cultural barriers. What's lost in the modern mythology is the fragility that scholars like Ibrahim documented centuries ago. The Silk Road collapsed because the conditions that sustained it, political stability, economic prosperity, security infrastructure, proved more contingent than anyone realized. Using it as a model for modern development projects risks repeating that error, assuming that connection is easy and permanent rather than difficult and fragile. Shawkott's warnings are echoed by other scholars, but largely ignored by policymakers, who find the Silk Road symbolism too useful to complicate with historical nuance. The Belt and Road Initiative proceeds, building ports and railways and highways, creating a new network of physical connections between East and West. Whether this new network will prove more durable than its medieval predecessor remains to be seen. It faces different challenges, not plague and Mongol fragmentation, but climate change, political rivalry, economic uncertainty, technological disruption. The specific threats have changed, but the fundamental fragility of complex international systems remains. Meanwhile, archaeological work continues in the desert ruins. New sites are excavated, new documents discovered, new insights gained into how the Silk Road actually functioned and why it failed. The physical evidence continues to accumulate, each fragment adding to our understanding of this vanished network. In 2019, a team of archaeologists excavating near the ruins of Merv discovers a cache of documents sealed in a ceramic jar, apparently hidden by someone who hoped to return for them but never did. Among the documents is a letter from Hassan the water engineer to his son, written in 1352, describing the decay of the Khanate systems and his despair at watching the city's infrastructure fail. The letter ends, "I don't know if you'll ever read this. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. But I'm writing it anyway because someone needs to record what we're losing. The Khanates I've spent my life maintaining will soon fail completely, and the knowledge of how to restore them will die with my generation. Perhaps someday, when conditions improve, someone will want to rebuild. If that happens, I hope they'll find this letter and learn from our mistakes." The archaeologists who find Hassan's letter are moved by its directness, its honest acknowledgement of failure, its hope that the future might learn from the past. They carefully preserve the document, translate it, publish it in academic journals, add it to the growing archive of Silk Road evidence. Hassan's letter joins Omar's memoir and Fatima's manuscript preservation efforts and Ibrahim's scholarly history as testimonies to a vanished world. Together, These documents, supplemented by archaeological evidence and linguistic analysis and historical reconstruction, give us a remarkably complete picture of what the Silk Road was and how it ended. But certain things remain irrecoverable. The experience of standing in a Samarkand bazaar when it was functioning at full capacity, surrounded by merchants from a dozen cultures speaking as many languages. The feeling of crossing the Pamirs with a caravan, knowing that your life depended on your guide's knowledge and the weather's cooperation. The satisfaction of completing a multi-year trading journey, arriving safely home with profits that would secure your family's future. These experiential dimensions of the Silk Road are lost forever, knowable only through imagination informed by historical evidence. We can reconstruct what happened, but we can't fully recover what it felt like to live through those experiences. A Japanese scholar named Keiko, studying in Uzbekistan in 2020, spends an evening sitting in the ruins of a caravanserai, trying to imagine it as it was. The stars overhead are the same stars that merchants saw centuries ago. The desert landscape is largely unchanged. But the human dimension, the bustle and noise and multilingual commerce, exists only in her imagination, constructed from documentary evidence and archaeological remains. The silence is complete, Keiko writes in her field journal. Not just the absence of sound, but the absence of the human activity that once gave these structures meaning. We've recovered so much knowledge about the Silk Road, but we can't recover what's most essential, the lived experience, the human reality of connection and exchange. That's gone forever, survived only in fragmentary documents and our imperfect attempts to imagine it. The archaeological truth about the Silk Road is that it existed, it functioned, it connected distant civilizations for centuries, and then it died. The physical evidence is overwhelming and undeniable. But the full truth of what it meant to the people who lived along its routes, who depended on its functioning, who grieved its loss, that truth is harder to access, preserved imperfectly in the scattered writings of people like Omar and Hassan, who understood that someone needed to remember. We've recovered the Silk Road as history. We've mapped its routes, dated its artifacts, analyzed its economics, understood its politics. But we've only partially recovered it as human experience, as lived reality, as a world that once existed and then vanished. And perhaps that's the most important lesson, that civilizations leave behind physical evidence and documentary records, but they don't leave behind their full reality. The Silk Road can be studied, but it can't be truly known. We can understand what happened, but we can't fully comprehend what it was like to live through those experiences. The ruins stand in the desert, slowly eroding, gradually returning to dust. The documents molder in libraries and archives, their preservation always uncertain. The memory fades with each passing generation, becoming more abstract, more symbolic, less grounded in lived experience. But the archaeological truth persists. The Silk Road was real. It connected civilizations. It facilitated exchange on an unprecedented scale. And then it died, destroyed by forces beyond its participants' control, leaving behind only ruins and fragments and memories for future generations to puzzle over. And in those ruins and fragments and memories, we can still hear the echo of what was, not the romantic mythology of the Silk Road as cultural symbol, but the complex, difficult, human reality of merchants and cities and routes that once connected east and west and then fell silent, leaving us to wonder what was lost and whether it might someday, in some form, be recovered. The year is 2024, and a climate scientist named Dr. Sarah Chin is studying satellite imagery of the Taklamakan Desert, tracking how the ancient Silk Road sites are being affected by desertification and rising temperatures. She's not a historian or archaeologist. She's focused on contemporary environmental change. But in the process of her research, she's becoming inadvertently involved in documenting the final destruction of the Silk Road's physical remains. What Hassan worried about in the 14th century, the decay of infrastructure, the loss of knowledge, is now entering its final phase. The ruins that survived for 600 years are rapidly deteriorating due to climate change, increasing sandstorms, and the expansion of desert into areas that were once marginally habitable. Sarah overlays historical maps onto her satellite imagery and realizes with shock how many known archaeological sites have been partially or completely buried by advancing sand dunes in just the past 2 decades. The desert is reclaiming everything, erasing the last physical evidence of the Silk Road's existence. She contacts archaeologists working in the region, sharing her data, and they confirm her fears. Sites that were excavated in the 1990s are now buried again. Ruins that were documented photographically in the 2000s have collapsed or been covered by sand. The Taklamakan Desert, which has always been harsh, is becoming even more hostile due to climate change, and the archaeological record is being rapidly destroyed. A Chinese archaeologist named Dr. Lu Wei, one of Sarah's contacts, tells her, "We're at a race against time. The sites that survived 6 centuries of abandonment might not survive another 6 decades of accelerated climate change. We need to document everything that remains, digitally preserve what we can, extract whatever information these ruins still hold before they're gone forever." This sparks a major international effort, the Silk Road Digital Preservation Project. Universities, museums, and governments collaborate to create comprehensive 3D scans of remaining Silk Road sites, to digitize documents that haven't been digitized yet, to interview the last generation of scholars who remember these sites before their recent deterioration. The project has a melancholy quality. It's not really about preserving the Silk Road, that's already gone. It's about preserving evidence of the Silk Road, creating a digital archive that will survive even after the physical remains disappear. Its preservation once removed, memory of memory, an admission that we're losing even the ruins that connected us to that vanished world. Sarah finds herself unexpectedly moved by this work. She came to it as a climate scientist studying environmental change, but she's becoming aware of deeper patterns. How civilizations rise and fall, how human achievements become ruins, how even ruins eventually vanish, leaving only the memory of having existed. She reads Omar's memoir, translated into English, and is struck by his anxiety about preservation, his awareness that memory is fragile, his determination to record what he'd witnessed before it was lost. 700 years later, she's engaged in the same project, using different tools, but driven by the same concern, that what once existed deserves to be remembered, even if it can never be recovered. The Digital Preservation Project discovers things that earlier archaeologists missed. Using LiDAR technology, they identify the remains of caravanserais that were completely buried and unknown. Using ground-penetrating radar, they map underground cannon systems that Hassan once maintained. Using spectral analysis of documents, they recovered text from manuscripts that had been considered too degraded to read. One recovered document is particularly significant. A detailed merchant's diary from the 1340s, covering the years immediately before the plague reached Central Asia. The merchant, a Persian trader named Rashid, describes trade conditions as completely normal, even optimistic. He's planning multi-year trading ventures, investing in goods for markets that he assumes will still exist when he arrives. There's no awareness in Rashid's diary that catastrophe is approaching, no sense that the world he describes is about to end. He worries about normal merchant concerns, competitors, prices, weather, bandits. The systemic fragility that historians now recognize isn't visible to him. He takes for granted that trade routes will remain open, that markets will function, that the infrastructure he depends on will persist. The diary ends abruptly in early 1347, mid-sentence, mid-thought. Rashid presumably died in the plague, his commercial ambitions unfulfilled, his investments lost, his world destroyed. The diary survives because it was in a sealed container that he likely meant to return to but never did. Reading Rashid's diary, Sarah is struck by how similar his assumptions are to contemporary assumptions about globalized trade and interconnection. We take for granted that supply chains will function, that international markets will remain open, that the infrastructure of global commerce will persist. But the Silk Road's collapse demonstrates that these assumptions can be catastrophically wrong. She writes in her own research journal, "The Silk Road didn't end because people wanted it to end or chose to abandon it. It ended because the conditions that sustained it, political stability, economic prosperity, security infrastructure, specialized human capital, all failed simultaneously in ways that nobody predicted or prepared for." The COVID-19 pandemic gave us a small taste of what systemic disruption looks like, how quickly global supply chains can be stressed. The Silk Road's collapse shows us what complete systemic failure looks like. The Digital Preservation Project runs for 5 years, from 2024 to 2029 and produces a comprehensive digital archive of Silk Road sites, documents, and scholarly analysis. It's an impressive achievement, making available to researchers worldwide data that was previously scattered or inaccessible. But it's also a eulogy. By the time the project concludes, several major archaeological sites have been completely destroyed by sandstorms or buried by advancing dunes. The physical Silk Road, already reduced to ruins, is now being reduced to memory, with only digital reconstructions testifying to what once stood in the desert. In 2030, an international museum consortium creates a virtual reality experience of the Silk Road, drawing on the data from the Digital Preservation Project. Users can walk through reconstructed caravanserais, visit markets in Samarkand as they appeared in the 14th century, join caravans crossing the desert. It's impressive technology, creating an immersive experience that seems to bring the Silk Road back to life. But it's also fundamentally artificial, a simulation of a simulation, a digital reconstruction of ruins that were themselves only fragments of what once existed. The human reality that Omar tried to capture in his memoir, that actual lived experience of Silk Road trade, is irretrievably lost, survived only by these progressively more abstract attempts to represent it. Sarah visits the virtual reality experience and finds it both fascinating and unsettling. The reconstructed Samarkand Bazaar looks plausible, based on archaeological evidence and historical descriptions. But it's too clean, too orderly, lacking the chaos and smell and noise that must have characterized the real thing. The simulated merchants speak with perfect courtesy and translated dialogue, negotiating in ways that seem reasonable but probably weren't authentic. It's the Silk Road as theme park, she realizes. Entertaining, educational, but fundamentally disconnected from the reality it claims to represent. Future generations experiencing this virtual reality will think they understand what the Silk Road was like, but they'll actually be experiencing a sanitized reconstruction that bears the same relationship to historical reality that a museum diorama bears to living nature. But what's the alternative? The physical sites are disappearing. The written sources are fragmentary. The living memory died centuries ago. This virtual reconstruction, flawed as it is, preserves more knowledge about the Silk Road than would otherwise survive. It's the best we can do with the tools and evidence available. In 2035, a massive sandstorm buries the ruins of Merv, the city where Hassan watched the Canet systems fail 6.5 centuries earlier. The site has been partially excavated over the years, with archaeologists documenting the elaborate water management system, the architectural sophistication, the evidence of a once great city. But now it's gone, covered under meters of sand, erased from the visible landscape. The sandstorm also damages several other major Silk Road sites. The cave temples at Dunhuang suffer significant erosion. The ruins of Gaochang, a Buddhist center in the Darim Basin, partially collapse. Kashgar's old city, which survived into the modern era, loses several historic buildings. Archaeologists and preservationists are devastated. Dr. Lu Wei, who has spent his career studying these sites, writes, "We're witnessing the final erasure of the Silk Road. The routes vanished centuries ago. The trade died with them. The cities contracted or were abandoned. The ruins slowly decayed over the centuries. And now even the ruins are disappearing, being reclaimed by the desert that was always waiting to take back what humanity briefly claimed. What will remain? Digital archives, scholarly papers, museum artifacts removed from their original context, virtual reality simulations. All useful, all valuable, but all fundamentally inadequate substitutes for the actual places, the physical evidence that connected us directly to that vanished world." Some younger scholars question whether this matters. The Silk Road ended 600 years ago. The world has moved on. We have new trade networks, new technologies, new challenges. Why does it matter if the ruins of ancient caravanserais are buried by sand? But Sarah, like Dr. Liu, believes it matters profoundly. The Silk Road isn't just ancient history. It's a cautionary tale about the fragility of complex systems, about how quickly prosperity can turn to ruin, about how what seems permanent and inevitable can vanish when conditions change. We're living through another age of connection, Sarah writes in a paper published in 2036. Global trade networks link every part of the world. Digital communications enable instant contact across distances that once took months to traverse. We take this connectivity for granted, assume it's permanent, build our entire civilization on the assumption that these networks will persist. But the Silk Road demonstrates that such assumptions can be catastrophically wrong. Complex systems require constant maintenance, favorable conditions, specialized knowledge, political stability, economic prosperity. When these factors fail, as they did in the 14th century, the system can collapse completely and quickly. The ruins being buried by desert sand are reminders of that fragility, physical evidence that civilization's achievements are always temporary, always contingent, always vulnerable. Her paper generates some discussion, but mostly sinks without trace in a world preoccupied with more immediate concerns: climate change, political instability, technological disruption, economic uncertainty. The lessons of the Silk Road's collapse seem too abstract, too historical, too distant to feel relevant. But in 2038, a combination of factors creates serious disruptions to global supply chains. Climate events damage key infrastructure. Political tensions close some trade routes. Cyber attacks disable logistics systems. For several months, the integrated global economy that modern civilization depends on teeters on the edge of breakdown. The crisis eventually eases, the supply chains recover, normality returns. But the experience shakes confidence in the permanence of global connection. Suddenly, Sarah's warnings about the Silk Road's collapse seem more relevant. Scholars and policymakers begin paying attention to historical examples of systemic failure. A major conference is convened in 2039. Learning from the Silk Road. Resilience in complex trading systems. Historians, archaeologists, economists, and policymakers gather to discuss what the Silk Road's collapse can teach us about preventing similar failures in contemporary systems. Dr. Lou Waite presents the archaeological evidence, describing how sites he's excavated reveal the process of abandonment, caravanserais gradually falling into disrepair, Cannet systems failing from lack of maintenance, cities contracting as populations decline. It's a physical record of systemic collapse, preserved in ruins and now documented digitally before the desert claims everything. A historian presents Ibrahim's scholarly history, that 14th century analysis of the Silk Road's fragility, and participants are struck by how contemporary it sounds. Ibrahim identified the key vulnerabilities: dependence on political stability, economic specialization, accumulated knowledge that could be lost, infrastructure that required maintenance. These same vulnerabilities exist in modern global systems. An economist presents modeling that compares the Silk Road network to contemporary supply chains, showing structural similarities and shared vulnerabilities. Both depend on nodes, cities or ports, remaining functional. Both require security infrastructure to protect goods in transit. Both need specialized knowledge and commercial trust. Both can fail catastrophically if key components break down. Sarah presents climate data, showing how environmental change may have contributed to the Silk Road's decline, and how similar changes now threaten contemporary infrastructure. The desert that reclaimed the Silk Road is advancing again, and modern trade routes through Central Asia face challenges from desertification, water scarcity, and temperature extremes. The conference produces recommendations for building more resilient trade networks, but there's an underlying pessimism in the discussions. The Silk Road couldn't be saved despite the best efforts of merchants and city administrators and political authorities. What makes us think we can prevent similar collapses in more complex, more interconnected modern systems? An elderly Uzbek scholar, descendant of Silk Road merchants, offers a final perspective. My ancestors watched their world dissolve. They tried to preserve what they could: memories, knowledge, physical infrastructure. Most of what they tried to save was lost anyway. But their efforts weren't futile. We know about the Silk Road because of the documents they preserved, the memories they recorded, the determination to bear witness even when preservation seemed impossible. If our own global systems collapse, and they might, future generations will judge us partly on whether we preserved evidence of what existed, whether we documented our systems well enough that future people can learn from our successes and failures. The Silk Road teaches us that preservation matters, that memory has value, that bearing witness is worth doing even when recovery seems impossible. The conference ends without grand conclusions or confident solutions. participants leave with a heightened awareness of fragility, a deeper appreciation for the maintenance requirements of complex systems, and a sobering recognition that civilization's achievements are always temporary, always vulnerable, always requiring vigilance to sustain. In 2040, the last section of the original Silk Road that remained visible above ground, a stretch of rutted road in the Pamir foothills, worn into stone by centuries of camel caravans, is buried by a landslide triggered by increasingly unstable weather patterns. Archaeologists document it before it disappears, adding the data to digital archives, but the physical connection to the Silk Road is severed. Sarah Chin, now in her 50s, visits the site after the landslide. Standing where caravans once passed, looking at the jumbled rocks that have buried the ancient road, she thinks about Hassan and Omar and Fatima and all the others who tried to preserve memory of a vanishing world. They failed, she says to Dr. Lu Wei, who has accompanied her. The Silk Road died despite their efforts to save it. The knowledge was lost despite their attempts to preserve it. The physical evidence is disappearing despite everything archaeologists have done to protect it. They failed, Dr. Lu agrees. But their failure was meaningful. Because of them, we know what happened. We understand how the system worked and why it collapsed. We have evidence that connection is possible and warnings that it's fragile. Without their efforts at preservation, the Silk Road would have vanished completely, leaving no lessons for us to learn. They stand in silence, looking at the buried road, the last visible trace of a network that once connected 3 continents. Above them, satellites track global shipping and supply chains. Digital networks transmit data instantaneously around the world, and humanity continues to build ever more complex systems of connection, taking for granted that they'll persist, hoping that this time will be different. But the buried road beneath their feet, the ruins disappearing under advancing sand, the documents crumbling in archives, all testify to a different truth. That connection is an achievement, not an inevitability. That complex systems are fragile, that what seems permanent can vanish, and that the price of forgetting these lessons might be catastrophic. The silence that settled over the Silk Road in the 14th century is now complete and final. The routes are gone, the cities are shadows, the merchants are dust, the knowledge is lost, and soon even the physical ruins will disappear, leaving only digital echoes and scholarly reconstructions and the fading memory that once, long ago, humanity built a network that connected distant civilizations and then watched it die. And perhaps someday, standing in our own ruins, our descendants will look back at our age of connection and wonder why we didn't learn from the Silk Road's collapse, why we took our own networks for granted, why we assumed that what we built would last forever when all evidence suggests that nothing does. The final silence is settled. The last traces are disappearing, and we are left with memory, preserved in increasingly abstract forms, of a world that once existed and then vanished, teaching us, if we're willing to learn, that the networks we build require our constant care, that connection is precious precisely because it's fragile, and that bearing witness to what we've lost might be our best hope for avoiding the same fate. The desert wind blows across the buried road, erasing even the memory of passage, and the long silence of the Silk Road becomes absolute and eternal, survived only by those who remember that remembering matters, even when, especially when, what we remember is loss. The year is 2095, and a young student named Amina sits in a climate-controlled archive in what was once Samarkand, now part of the Central Asian Federation, holding a data crystal that contains everything humanity has preserved about the Silk Road. The crystal is no larger than her thumbnail, yet it holds terabytes of information. Every document, every archaeological survey, every scholarly paper, every 3D scan of ruins that no longer exist. Amina is 20 years old, born into a world that has experienced its own age of collapse and tentative rebuilding. The global systems that seemed so permanent in the early 21st century fractured in the 2050s and 60s, not as dramatically as the Silk Road's collapse, but thoroughly enough that her grandparents' world of instant global connection seems as distant to her as the medieval Silk Road seemed to people in the 20th century. She's studying history, specializing in what her professors call systemic collapse studies, the examination of how complex civilizations fail, and what lessons can be learned from their failures. The Silk Road is a central case study, perhaps the best documented example of a functioning global trade network that completely collapsed and never recovered in its original form. But Amina isn't just studying the Silk Road academically. She's searching for something more personal, more immediate. Her own world is trying to rebuild connections that were severed, and she's looking for guidance, for warnings, for any wisdom that the past might offer about how to do it better this time. She loads the data crystal into the archive's interface, and her workspace fills with holographic displays, maps of ancient routes, 3D reconstructions of ruined cities, scanned manuscripts in languages both living and dead. The sheer volume of preserved information is overwhelming, centuries of scholarship compressed into accessible form. Where to begin? She starts with personal accounts, wanting to understand the human dimension before engaging with the archaeological and economic data. The interface directs her to Omar's memoir, that 14th century translator's attempt to preserve memory of a vanishing world. Reading Omar's words, translated through multiple languages and centuries, Amina feels an unexpected kinship. He was trying to explain to his grandson a world that no longer existed, just as her own grandparents tried to explain to her what the pre-collapse world was like. The specifics are different. Omar's world had caravans and caravanserais. Her grandparents' world had container ships and just-in-time logistics. But the pattern is the same. Connection, fragility, collapse, memory. "My grandson thinks I'm wasting my time," Omar wrote. "Perhaps he's right. But I believe memory itself has value, that knowing what humans have achieved and lost teaches us something essential about our nature and our vulnerability. Amina pauses, rereading that passage. Her own grandmother said something similar before she died. You young ones think the world has always been like this, disconnected and limited. But I remember when you could get anything from anywhere within days, when the whole world was accessible. We thought it would last forever. We were wrong. The Archive's AI assistant, noting Amina's interest in personal narratives, suggests other accounts. She reads Fatima's description of triaging a library, choosing which manuscripts to save while abandoning the rest to decay. She reads Hassan's letter about watching the canon systems fail. She reads merchants' letters and officials' reports and travelers' observations, each one a small window into a world coming apart. What strikes her most is how unprepared people were for the scale of collapse. They recognized that things were bad. The plague was obviously catastrophic, but they kept expecting recovery, kept assuming that the disruption was temporary. By the time they realized the old system was permanently broken, much of the knowledge needed to maintain or rebuild it had already been lost. We're making the same mistake, Amina writes in her study journal. Everyone talks about rebuilding global connections, about restoring what was lost in the collapse. But we're not preserving the knowledge of how to do it. We're not training people in the specialized skills that complex trade networks require. We're not addressing the political and environmental conditions that caused the collapse in the first place. We're just assuming it will somehow work out. She spends weeks immersed in the Silk Road archives, gradually building a comprehensive understanding of how the network functioned and why it failed. The more she learns, the more parallels she sees to her own world's recent history. The Silk Road depended on political stability across vast distances. When the Mongol Empire fragmented, that stability vanished, and no single authority could maintain security across the full network. Similarly, the pre-collapse global system depended on stable international institutions and political agreements that fell apart in the 2050s. The Silk Road required specialized knowledge held by guides, interpreters, and merchants who spent careers learning routes and languages and commercial practices. When the plague killed them and economic collapse made their professions unviable, that knowledge was lost within a generation. Similarly, the 21st century's complex supply chains depended on specialists whose expertise was devalued and neglected when the systems they served broke down. The Silk Road needed continuous infrastructure maintenance, caravanserais, roads, water systems, that required sustained investment. When revenues from trade declined, that infrastructure decayed, making trade even harder, creating a death spiral. Similarly, the global logistics infrastructure of the early 21st century required constant maintenance that became impossible when resources contracted and priorities shifted. The patterns are eerily similar, separated by 7 centuries, but following the same logic of systemic failure. Amina finds this both terrifying and illuminating. Terrifying because it suggests that her world might be heading for an even deeper collapse if these patterns aren't interrupted. Illuminating because understanding the patterns might provide clues about how to break them. She discovers Sarah Chin's 2036 paper about the Silk Road's lessons for contemporary systems, written during the early stages of the collapse that shaped Amina's world. Chin saw it coming, warned about the parallels, tried to get people to take the fragility seriously. But her warnings were mostly ignored until it was too late. "We won't make the same mistake," Chin wrote in a note added to her paper in 2058, after the worst of the collapse. "We can't afford to." The Silk Road merchants didn't know that complex systems could fail so completely because they had no historical precedents to learn from. We have no such excuse. The pattern is clear. Connection is difficult and temporary, requiring constant maintenance and favorable conditions. If we forget this lesson, we deserve whatever catastrophe follows. Amina finds Chin's anger bracing, even across nearly 4 decades. She's angry too, angry at the generations that assumed globalization was permanent, angry at the institutions that failed to maintain what they'd built, angry at the short-sightedness that left her generation to deal with the consequences. But anger alone doesn't rebuild what was broken. Amina is part of a generation that's trying to construct new forms of connection, learning from past failures, attempting to build more resilient systems. They're starting small, regional trade networks rather than global ones, technologies that can be maintained locally rather than requiring complex international supply chains, knowledge preservation as a core value rather than an afterthought. The Silk Road Archive offers guidance, though often in the form of negative examples. What not to do, which vulnerabilities to avoid, which warning signs to heed. But there are positive lessons too, mainly in the stories of people who tried to preserve knowledge and maintain systems even as everything fell apart. Amina becomes particularly interested in the water engineers, like Hassan, who kept the Kanat systems functioning as long as possible, even after it became clear that the cities they served were dying. These weren't romantic heroes. They were just technicians doing their jobs, maintaining infrastructure because it needed to be maintained, preserving knowledge because someone might eventually need it. This is the model, Amina writes in her thesis proposal. Not the great merchants seeking fortune, not the scholars producing grand syntheses, but the engineers and craftspeople who maintain the unglamorous infrastructure that made everything else possible. When we rebuild connections, we need to prioritize the maintenance workers, the specialists who keep systems functioning, the knowledge preservers who prevent expertise from being lost. Her thesis advisor, an elderly man who remembers the pre-collapse world, is enthusiastic about this focus. We've romanticized the Silk Road the wrong way, he tells her. We talk about cultural exchange and exotic goods and Marco Polo's adventures. But the real story is about infrastructure maintenance and specialized knowledge, and the daily work of keeping complex systems operational. That's where the lessons are for our current situation. Amina spends the next 2 years developing her thesis, drawing on the Silk Road archives, but also on more recent history. The collapse of early 21st century globalization, the attempts to rebuild in its aftermath, the successes and failures of various approaches. She interviews engineers working on the Central Asian rail network that's trying to connect her region more effectively. She talks to merchants reviving limited trade between cities. She consults with scholars preserving knowledge in distributed archives. Her thesis, completed in 2097, is titled, Maintenance and Memory: The Infrastructure of Connection from the Silk Road to the Present. It argues that complex trade networks require 3 things to survive: physical infrastructure that's continuously maintained, specialized knowledge that's actively transmitted across generations, and political/economic conditions that make the investment worthwhile. When any of these fail, the system begins to collapse, and once collapse begins, it's very difficult to reverse because the feedback loops are negative. Declining trade means less investment in infrastructure, which makes trade harder, which further reduces investment. The thesis gets modest attention in academic circles, but significant interest from policymakers trying to rebuild regional trading systems. Several of her recommendations are incorporated into infrastructure planning, particularly the emphasis on knowledge preservation and training programs for specialized skills. But Amina knows that even good policies might not be enough. The conditions that made the Silk Road possible, relative political stability, economic prosperity, favorable climate, no longer exist, and it's unclear when or if they'll return. Her world is still recovering from multiple crises, still struggling with resource constraints and political fragmentation and environmental degradation. The best she and her generation can do is build more resilient systems on a more modest scale, preserve knowledge more carefully, maintain what infrastructure they can create, and hope that future generations will have the conditions and resources to build something more ambitious. In 2098, Amina is invited to give a lecture series about the Silk Road at the Central Asian Academy, one of the new regional institutions trying to preserve and advance knowledge. She accepts, seeing it as an opportunity to share what she's learned with a broader audience. For her first lecture, she brings a replica of a medieval caravanserai lamp, a simple clay oil lamp that would have provided light for travelers and merchants. She lights it at the beginning of her lecture, the small flame flickering in the climate-controlled auditorium. This is memory, she tells her audience. A tiny flame that persists in the darkness, requiring constant attention to keep burning, vulnerable to any strong wind, but essential for seeing where we're going. The Silk Road is gone. The routes are buried, the cities are ruins, the merchants are dust. But this flame remains, the knowledge that connection is possible, the awareness that it's fragile, the determination to preserve understanding even when recovery seems impossible. Omar the translator, 700 years ago, tried to preserve memory of a vanishing world. Hassan the engineer wrote a letter to a son who might never read it, hoping someone would learn from his experience. Fatima, the scribe, chose which manuscripts to save while abandoning the rest. Saracen documented dying ruins and warned about parallels to her own world's fragility. Each one kept a flame burning, passed knowledge forward, maintained memory across the gaps that catastrophe creates. We're doing the same thing. Our world collapsed, and we're trying to rebuild, trying to preserve knowledge, trying to learn from past failures. We don't know if we'll succeed. The Silk Road merchants didn't know their world was ending. Sarah Chen's generation didn't know their global systems would collapse. We don't know what challenges our children will face. But we keep the flame burning anyway, because that's what humans do. We remember. We preserve. We maintain. We hope that the next generation will have better conditions and will use the knowledge we preserved to build something better than what we lost. She pauses, looking at her audience. Students and scholars and engineers and policymakers, all trying in their various ways to rebuild connection, to maintain infrastructure, to preserve knowledge. The Silk Road teaches us that nothing is permanent, but it also teaches us that nothing is inevitable. Connection requires work, maintenance, constant vigilance. Collapse happens when we take these things for granted. If we want to avoid repeating the pattern, connection, complacency, catastrophe, we need to internalize these lessons, make them part of how we build and maintain every system we create. The Silk Road is dead and will never return. But its memory lives, preserved across centuries by people who understood that remembering matters. We're the latest in that long line of memory keepers. Our task is to keep the flame burning, to pass forward what we've learned, to hope that future generations will benefit from our vigilance even if we don't live to see what they build. The lecture is well received, and Amina continues the series, each lecture exploring different aspects of the Silk Road's history and its relevance to contemporary challenges. She discusses infrastructure maintenance, knowledge preservation, system resilience, the warning signs of collapse, the challenges of rebuilding after catastrophic failure. By the end of the series, she's built a reputation as a leading scholar of systemic collapse and resilience. She's offered a position at the Academy, which she accepts, seeing it as an opportunity to continue the work of memory keeping and knowledge transmission. Over the following years, Amina trains a new generation of scholars, teaching them to read the Silk Road's lessons carefully, to extract useful patterns while avoiding romantic nostalgia, to understand that past failures can inform without determining future outcomes. Some of her students go on to work in infrastructure development, applying historical lessons to contemporary challenges. Others join knowledge preservation projects, ensuring that expertise isn't lost even when systems fail. In 2110, when Amina is in her mid-30s, a major breakthrough in energy storage technology creates new possibilities for long-distance transport. For the first time since the collapse, truly long-range trade begins to seem economically viable again. Plans are drawn up for new trade routes connecting Central Asia to both Eastern and Western markets. Amina is consulted on these plans, bringing her expertise on historical trade networks to inform contemporary design. She emphasizes the lessons learned from the Silk Road's collapse, the need for redundancy and flexibility in routes, the importance of maintaining local infrastructure and knowledge, the dangers of over-specialization and single points of failure. Don't call it the new Silk Road, she advises the planners. That invites the wrong kind of thinking, suggests we're recreating something that failed. Call it something different. Acknowledge that we're building something new informed by historical lessons, but not bound by them. The advice is taken, and the network is christened the Resilience Network, a name that emphasizes its design philosophy rather than making grand historical claims. Construction begins in 2112, slowly and carefully, with extensive consultation with communities along the routes, with local knowledge incorporated into planning, with maintenance and knowledge transmission built into the system from the beginning. Amina watches these developments with cautious optimism. The mistakes that doomed the Silk Road are being avoided, at least consciously. But she knows that new mistakes are possible, that unforeseen challenges will emerge, that the best designed systems can still fail if conditions turn sufficiently hostile. In 2115, she publishes a second book, After the Silk Road, Building Resilient Networks in an Uncertain World. It's part history, part practical guide, part philosophical meditation on connection and fragility, and the human capacity for both creation and destruction. The book becomes influential in the emerging field of network design, read by engineers and economists and policymakers trying to build systems that can survive the challenges of the 22nd century. The Resilience Network is completed in 2125, connecting Central Asia to reconstituted markets in East and West. It's a modest network compared to either the medieval Silk Road or the 21st century's global logistics system, smaller in scale, more regional in focus, designed for resilience rather than maximum efficiency. But it works, facilitating trade and connection in ways that haven't been possible since the collapse. Amina, now 50 years old, travels the network as part of a documentary project about its development. She visits way stations that consciously reference caravanserai design while incorporating modern technology. She talks to merchants who are the first generation to conduct long-distance trade in decades. She meets engineers who maintain the infrastructure with a consciousness of its fragility that earlier generations lacked. At one stop, in a modern way station built in the foothills of the Pamirs, not far from where ancient Silk Road routes once crossed, Amina stands looking at the mountains that haven't changed in the centuries since caravans last passed through them regularly. She thinks about all the people who tried to preserve memory across those centuries, Omar and Hassan and Fatima in the 14th century, Ibrahim the scholar, the archaeologists and preservationists of the 20th and 21st centuries, Sarah Chin documenting disappearing ruins, all the others who kept the flame of memory burning through long darkness. "We did it," she says to the documentary crew filming her. "Not perfectly, not as our ancestors would have done it, but we rebuilt connection. We learned from past failures. We created something more resilient, more conscious of its own fragility. The Silk Road is still dead. We didn't resurrect it. But we honored its memory by building something new that incorporates the lessons it taught us. This network might fail too. Conditions might change in ways we haven't prepared for. But if it does fail, future generations will have our records to learn from, just as we had the Silk Road's records. We'll have done our duty as memory keepers, as maintenance workers in the long project of preserving human knowledge across the catastrophes that periodically destroy what we built. The Silk Road died because people assumed it would last forever, didn't prepare for the possibility of systemic collapse, didn't preserve the knowledge needed to rebuild. We won't make the same mistake. We've documented everything, how this network was designed, why we made the choices we made, what vulnerabilities we identified, what we did to address them. If our grandchildren face another collapse, they'll have the information they need to understand what happened and potentially rebuild better than we did. That's the real lesson of the Silk Road. Not that connection is impossible, but that it requires eternal vigilance, constant maintenance, active preservation of knowledge across generations. The work is never finished. The flame must always be tended. Memory must be preserved and transmitted even when, especially when, the thing being remembered no longer exists. The documentary is released in 2127 and becomes widely viewed, helping a new generation understand both the achievement of rebuilding and the responsibility it creates for maintenance and knowledge preservation. The Silk Road becomes shorthand in popular culture for the thing that failed because people took it for granted, a cautionary tale that shapes how people think about the infrastructure and systems they depend on. Amina lives to see her grandchildren, born in the 2140s, grow up in a world where long-distance trade is normal again, where connection is assumed rather than rare. She watches with mixed feelings as they take for granted what her generation fought to rebuild, knowing that this complacency contains the seeds of future failure, but also recognizing that each generation must find its own path. Before she dies in 2155, at age 80, she updates her will to include detailed instructions for preserving her own research archives. She's learned from Fatima's agonizing choices about what to save. In a digital age, everything can be preserved, but only if someone takes responsibility for ensuring the preservation happens. Her last written words, found on her personal device after her death, are addressed to unknown future scholars. If you're reading this, the Resilience Network has probably failed, just as the Silk Road failed before it. I'm sorry we couldn't build something permanent. But don't despair. Failure is part of the human pattern. We build, we maintain, we lose, we grieve, we remember, we rebuild. Each cycle teaches us something if we're willing to learn. The Silk Road's memory survived because people like Omar and Hassan and Fatima and Sarah chose to remember, chose to preserve, chose to pass knowledge forward even when preservation seemed pointless. I've tried to do the same for the Resilience Network and for the lessons we learned building it. Your task now is to extract from our failure whatever wisdom might help you build better than we did. Study our mistakes. Understand our constraints. Use our knowledge to inform your own construction. And when you build, because you will build, that's what humans do. Remember to preserve knowledge for those who come after you, because they will need it when your systems fail, as all systems eventually do. Keep the flame burning. Maintain the memory. Pass it forward. That's our species' great work, continued across all the catastrophes and collapses and endings that mark our history. We are memory keepers, all of us, whether we know it or not. The question is only whether we accept that responsibility consciously and do the work it requires. The Silk Road is dead. The Resilience Network may be dead by the time you read this. But the work of remembering continues, must continue, will continue as long as humans exist to do it. That's our gift and our curse and our hope. Remember, preserve, rebuild, and teach the next generation to do the same. That's all we can do. That's everything we must do. The archive containing her words is sealed and preserved, added to the vast digital repository of human knowledge that includes everything humanity has preserved about the Silk Road, the global systems of the early 21st century, the Resilience Network, and all the other attempts at connection that have succeeded and failed across human history. And somewhere in that archive, preserved across centuries, Omar's voice still speaks to his grandson, trying to explain a world that no longer exists, hoping that someone will listen, believing that memory has value even when what's remembered is lost. The flame still burns, passed from hand to hand across the generations, flickering but persistent, illuminating the long dark that stretches between the collapse of old systems and the construction of new ones, maintained by those who understand that remembering is itself an act of hope. The Silk Road is dead and will never return. But its voice remains, speaking across centuries to all who will listen, teaching the eternal lesson that connection is precious, fragility is constant, maintenance is essential, and memory is the bridge that carries knowledge across the catastrophes that periodically destroy what humans build. And so the work continues, as it always has, as it always must, as long as there are humans to remember and preserve and hope that the next attempt at connection will learn from all the previous failures and succeed just a little better, just a little longer, until it too falls and becomes memory and teaches its lessons to those who come after. The voices that remain, Omar and Hassan and Fatima and Sarah and Amina and all the countless others who chose to remember, speak in unison across the centuries. Remember, preserve, maintain. hope, build. And when what you build fails, as it will, remember again, preserve again, and pass the knowledge forward. That is the final lesson of the Silk Road. That is the work that never ends. That is the flame that must never be allowed to die, even in the deepest darkness, especially in the deepest darkness, because it is all we have to light the way forward. The silence is complete. The voices remain. And the work of remembering continues. This story spans over 1,000 years of history, from the final decades of the functioning Silk Road through its collapse, and into an imagined future where new generations try to rebuild what was lost. It is a meditation on connection and fragility, on the systems we build and the knowledge we preserve, on the responsibility each generation has to remember the past and prepare for an uncertain future. The Silk Road died in the 14th century, but its memory and its lessons remain vital for anyone trying to understand how complex civilizations work, why they fail, and how we might build better systems that acknowledge rather than deny their own fragility.